Call to order the November 13th, 2024 Planning and Zoning Commission meeting. May I have a roll call, please?
Jeff here.
Amanda here.
Lynn here?
Daryl here.
Michael here.
Eric here.
Please rise. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay. Approval of the regular agenda. Has everybody read it for the evening?
Yes.
Are there any additions, corrections, questions?
I move that we accept the agenda presented.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Approval of the minutes of October 23rd. Does anybody have anything? No? May I have a motion, please?
I make a motion to approve the minutes of October 23rd, 2024.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Are there any declarations of conflicts of interest?
Yes, I will be stepping down for the PUD tonight.
Okay.
I will be not making a declaration of conflict, but also want to put on record that I have worked with Jeff on a contract on our home.
Thank you. Public comment? Well,
No, we did have one person online. Right, no raised hand.
and with that, we go on. Presentations? We have no special presentations. Midtown Village PUD Planned Unit Development Review and Preliminary Plan.
And I will recuse. And move to the, is there a seat out there for me?
Take your pick. We have to see you. You need to stand up.
I was just going to start off by pointing out that my name is on the staff report, but Madison did much of the review and the drafting of the staff report. We reviewed it together and stuff like that, but I think it's her presentation tonight.
Go for it.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, so as I'm sure this presentation looks familiar to some of you, given that this is the presentation that we give for every PUD going through preliminary plan. This puts a lot of different things on the record, like the different criteria that's involved in a PUD and findings that have to be made. So even if you have seen it before, I hope that you will kind of bear with me through this. So this is public hearing number 1. The reason why it says number 1 is that, as I'm sure you're aware within your staff report, there are several different motions that y'all can make tonight, one of those being continuance. So I don't know if we've had a PUD yet go through planning commission without having at least 2 hearings. Not to say that that won't happen tonight, but just putting everybody on notice that this could potentially be the one of subsequent hearings, the first one of subsequent hearings. So here's the kind of brief agenda of what we're going over tonight. The introduction of the project, the actual PUD code section overview, their criteria and conformance, any kind of issues, and then the applicant will give his presentation, and then Planning Commission is free to question staff and applicant. Though if you certainly have any questions during my presentation, please just stop me and ask. So the applicant, as you are all aware, is Jeff Armistead with Midtown Lofts. We have a plethora of town staff and consultants that have looked this over and reviewed. We have Mike Sawyer and Richard Peterson Kramer, our town attorneys. Richard Peterson Kramer is actually attending tonight via Zoom, as is Jeff Sminell, our town engineer. Scott, and who has helped me a lot with the review and putting together the staff report of tonight's meeting. Susan Ryan and Christy Radaball, they deal with water. They are not in attendance tonight, as well as Jim Mann, who reviewed financials, and then myself. So this is the list of referral agencies that actually responded or provided letters of will serve in the case of the Eagle River Fire Protection District. We do send out to about 12 or 13 different referral agencies, so I don't want you to think that this list is very sparse. This is just the list of who responded to that sending out on top of obviously staff referral comments. So to give you a little bit of background, the Midtown Village PUD went through concept plan in September of 2021. And so we've been working since then to bring the preliminary plan for PUD before the Planning Commission and ultimately the Town Council. And then after any approvals are given, if they are given, then the applicant will apply for final plan for PUD as well as final plat and execute a development agreement with the town. So for preliminary plan, the applicant applied in October of 2022. We then went through multiple rounds of completeness, spanning from November of 2022 to July of 2023. Once it was deemed complete in July of 2023, it was sent out for referral, as I mentioned previously. And then the applicant spent a couple rounds responding to those referral comments and getting everybody into a place where we were just like, okay, this is now ready for a hearing. So that was deemed in late August, early September. Public notice was sent out early November, and then obviously tonight is the first hearing. So as I'm sure you're all aware, but I wanted to make clear for everybody who's potentially not aware, this is where the Midtown Village PUD sits. It's at the kind of mid 900 block on the southwest side of the road, Forest Service side rather than Riverside of Highway 24. It's bordered primarily by residences and Forest Service land, even though it is technically commercially zoned, which leads me to it's located within the Southtown Character Area Commercial Zone District. This is a mixed-use PUD on 2.53 acres. That 2.53 acres is going to be divided up into 5 tracts rather than individual lots, with a mix of up to 42 housing units with 74% deed restricted to locals only, as well as providing trails and infrastructure to serve that property. So now we're getting into the general overview of PUDs in general rather than specifically Midtown Village. This is, as I said at the start of this is what all PUDs should be striving to achieve. So the purpose of the Planned Unit Development, or PUD Overlay Zone District, is to allow flexibility for landowners to creatively plan for the overall development of their land and to achieve the purpose and objectives of this code in the community plan. An applicant for a PUD must demonstrate that departure from existing ordinances is warranted and that the proposed PUD significantly contributes to the following. The proposed PUD must be consistent with the community plan and the character of the town and provide for new technology and promote innovative and efficient land use patterns, permit the integration of land uses and contribute to trails and pedestrian circulation, preserve valued environments and the natural resources and achieve a more desirable environment, maintain or improve air and water quality. Do something. Sorry, my computer is
Mad at you.
okay, there we go. For some reason it wasn't responding. Provide for a wide range of housing opportunities, improve the overall design character and quality of new development, permit the integration of rather than separation of uses so that necessary facilities are conveniently located in relation to each other, establish land use patterns that promote and expand opportunities for public transportation and trails and for safe, efficient, compact street and utility networks that lower development and maintenance costs and conserve energy. Preserve valued environmental, historic, or mineral resource lands and avoid development in natural hazard areas. Maintain and enhance surface and groundwater quality and quantity. Provide applicants the opportunity to contribute to the town's multi-use trail system to provide and maintain access to public lands and rivers. Establish incentives for applicants to encourage the provision of long-term affordable housing. Is consistent with the purposes and goals of the community plan and these land use regulations. So the preliminary development plan review purpose, which is specific to this stage of the process rather than PUDs as a whole. The purpose of the preliminary plan review is for the applicant to specifically respond to the issues and concerns identified during concept plan review and to propose detailed, properly engineered solutions to those problems that conform in all respects to the approved concept plan. The burden at the preliminary plan stage is on the applicant to provide detailed information and mitigation proposals to be evaluated by the town. The preliminary plan shall include a community plan and development guidelines to the development of the PUD, hereinafter the PUD community plan and development guidelines, specifying the standards and limitations that will guide the future development of the property. So these are approval criteria that y'all will need to stack this application up against. The resulting development will be consistent with the community plan, and the proposed PUD reflects the character of the town. And I would like to, as an aside here, note that this application did come in under the 2009 community plan rather than the 2023 community plan. And so any review in deeming how consistent this is with the community plan should be reviewed under the 2009 one. The area around the development can be planned in substantial harmony with the proposed PUD. The adjacent and nearby neighborhoods will not be detrimentally affected by the proposed PUD. The mass and scale of individual buildings and the overall density of the PUD shall be consistent in scale and character to avoid abrupt and/or severe differences with the surrounding area. The PUD can be completed within a reasonable period of time, which shall be determined prior to final approval of the PUD. The PUD provides for the appropriate treatment of the Eagle River Corridor as a community recreational amenity and focal point. The residents of the PUD have easy access to recreational amenities. Any increase in density proposed above what is permitted in the underlying zone shall be mitigated by increasing the land dedications to open space, recreational amenities, or other public facilities and services. Any proposed commercial or industrial development can be justified. The streets are adequate to support the anticipated traffic, and the development will not overload the streets outside the planned area. Proposed utility and drainage facilities are adequate for the population densities and type of development proposed. Residential density and intensity of other uses shall be limited as required by the town council upon consideration of the community plan, the official zone district map, and the specific characteristics of the subject land. A favorable finding is made on the environmental assessment or environmental impact report. The preliminary plan for PUD shall comply with the following open space and recreation standards. Okay.
Yeah, we just cut that part off.
Apparently so. Do you have those up?
Get them up.
Okay. I apologize.
They're in the staff report.
They're in the staff report, so we did put them into the record. As Scott's looking at that, which is just a short area afterwards, areas of conformance, I'll continue going through this. The plan does appear to generally conform with the community plan and the town's growth management policies. The plan exhibits efficient land use patterns integrated with and informed by existing town fabric. Thank you. Okay, so the very last standard, which is following open space and recreation standards. A minimum of 25% of the gross land area shall be reserved for common recreation and usable open space. Parking areas, street rights-of-way, and minimum yard setbacks shall not be counted when determining usable open space. Water bodies, lands within critical wildlife habitat, riparian ecosystems, and 100-year floodplains that are preserved as open space shall count towards this minimum standard even when they are not usable by or accessible to the residents of the PUD. All common open space and recreational facilities shall be shown on the preliminary plan for PUD and shall be constructed and fully improved according to the development schedule established for each development phase. And all privately owned common open space shall continue to conform to its intended use as approved in the preliminary plan. to ensure that all the common open space identified in the preliminary plan will be used as common open space. Restrictions and or covenants shall be placed in each deed to ensure their maintenance and to prohibit the division of any common open space. Thank you very much. Okay, back to potential areas of conformance. So, yes, it appears to conform with the 2009 community plan and the town's growth management policies. It exhibits efficient land use patterns integrated with and informed by existing town fabric, and it permits a range of housing options, including deed-restricted price-capped units, of which there are 4, and locals-only housing plan, and, of which there is, I can't quite remember the number itself, but it's 74%, which is 31, thank you, which is definitely in excess of the town's housing requirements. The plan is located to take advantage of public transit services in that there is a bus stop literally 100 feet away, which is extremely convenient, I'm sure, to anybody who will potentially live here. Utilities are available and service lines are in place or in proximity to serve the project. So this is where those will serve letters come in, as well as any referral comments by Excel and ERWSD, or Eagle River Water and Sanitation District, also known as ERWSD. So they've both responded with referral comments saying essentially, hey, there's still some things that we need to work out, but preliminarily this plan is okay. We're good with this moving forward as we work out the kinks ourselves. And the plan appears to meet the town's character and compatibility standards. So as listed in the staff report, there are some outstanding issues that staff has flagged. There's some issues with the PUD guide and narrative. We've bullet pointed those out in the staff report, and I can certainly go through those if y'all would like. There are some technical issues with the preliminary plat, and Jeff Spinell is on if you have any questions about that particular, as well as the civil engineering and site plans. And then water isn't necessarily an issue. However, it's certainly something that I wanted to bring up. We touched briefly on this in the staff report, and I would like to apologize. In the staff report, I said that the applicant had 18 SFEs currently in their possession with the ability to purchase 3 more. They actually have 19 and a half SFEs with the ability to purchase 3 more, with a total of 22 and a half technically available to them should they, should they actually buy those 3. So why water is on here, even though it's not technically an issue, staff just wanted to bring up that the applicant had originally asked for essentially a variance or variation to be considered for the definition of an SFE. However, given the town's current water court cases and how important that current definition of SFE is to those water court cases, and the fact that if we change it or allow variation to it, that it would not be good for those water court cases. So the town will not be considering that at this time. However, the applicant was advised that he could keep that table, that water table that I'm sure you all saw on the PUD guide. He could keep that in there should those water court cases wrap up, and any future phases that he would have to come through and apply for, phases 2 and 3. Then we could potentially revisit that issue at that time. However, we won't be considering it for phase 1. So as I stated just a minute ago with variations, these are the variations that are kind of on the table for the Planning Commission to consider. And the reason why this is labeled potential variation requests is that the only one that's specifically enumerated within the PUD guide is the one for setbacks. There's a 5-foot rear setback that's being requested for the apartment building within phase 1. However, it's made clear within the narrative PUD guide and on the civil set that the plans do not meet the 25% recommended open space. They hover around, I believe, 18%. And so, however, there are other things being provided to offset that, such as the excess to our requirements for locals only deed restricted housing, that staff believes that this could be enumerated as a variation request. And then as detailed in the staff report, the PUD guide and narrative actually currently say that they're going to meet the town's current landscaping requirements, which is extremely ambitious, and I would love to see that actually happen. However, based on the landscaping requirements, staff estimates that there would be 110 trees needed for the property, and staff doesn't quite believe that there's probably room for 110 trees, given how many units are packed onto this lot. And so staff does recommend that either the applicant demonstrate that 110 trees will work, or that they request a landscaping variation. Little ones, yes. So those are the potential variation.
Trees grow.
Those are the potential variation requests. I'm sure you're, again, just with the other PUDs that we've processed, I'm sure that none of this comes as a shock to you. These are things that have been processed previously. However, these will all obviously need to stack up against the benefits that the PUD is providing in order to be granting these variation requests. So in summary, the concept plan was supported. The preliminary plan reflects the concept plan very closely. The town has received, in most cases, sufficient levels of information and plans necessary to review conformance and make positive findings. There does remain outstanding issues that will need to be addressed prior to or concurrent with final plan and final plat application in staff's opinion. And so staff is recommending approval with conditions. And you'll find a list of all of the recommended conditions in your staff report. If you'll notice, there are 3 different sections with 3 different types of motions, because there are technically 3 different applications in front of you tonight. There's the preliminary plan, which is the first on the agenda. There's the preliminary plat, which is second, and then there's the amendment to the zone district, which is third. So while I do anticipate the bulk of the conversation to take place under the first agenda item, I will technically need 3 separate motions made, 3 separate public hearings with public comment opened for each of them. I'm just giving y'all a heads up, even if it might seem redundant at the end, because all of the conversation happened here rather than under items 8B and 8C. So as I was just mentioning, y'all do have 4 different options for motions tonight. You have an option to approve just as it is. You have an option to approve with conditions, which is what staff is recommending. You have an option to deny the application, and you have an option to continue the hearing to a date certain, which would likely be the next planning commission meeting. And I would like to make clear that all of these motions, other than the continuance, are recommendations to council. So if you vote to approve, that it would be just a recommendation to the town council to approve this application. Same with approve with conditions and deny. So the council will still have their stab at it, whatever motion that y'all might decide to make. So the next steps are, if y'all decide to continue this to a date certain, obviously the planning commission review continues. And then, as I just mentioned, whatever eventual motion decision comes out of this planning commission review is a recommendation to council, and then the town council takes it up at a public hearing, and it's approved with a variety of resolutions and an ordinance. So public comment for anybody who is watching can be submitted to my email address, planner1@minturn.org. I would like to say for the record that I have not received any public comment to date about this application. And then here's ways to get in touch with the planning department if you have any questions. Scott Hunn, obviously planning director, and his email address, and then my phone number and my email address. And that is my presentation.
So next, does anybody on the commission have any questions for staff?
So I, just one question that I want to make sure is on record. So because we have 3 different applications that are in front of us, those applications need to be considered independently and they can have different like approval. So one could be approved, one could be approval with condition. Thank you.
Absolutely, especially considering the change in zoning. I don't know what conditions you would apply to a change in zoning. It just kind of happens. So yes, that one can be approved and the others approved with conditions or however y'all want to stack that out.
Great, thank you. That's fine.
Can we do that on the plat even though it hasn't been presented to us yet?
You should have a copy of the preliminary plat in the packet.
We have a copy of that.
It's in that
I would
It's
hope
in
so.
that big roll.
roll.
We're gonna unroll it.
I mean, I've looked at parts that relate to tonight. I did not look at anything for preliminary plat in there.
Okay, well,
So I would kind of, okay. And the other question I want people to understand is once we go through this tonight, or if it's continued, that's where our major input comes. When it gets to plat, we don't really have a lot of changes or corrections or anything. That's more council.
Final plat you're talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So please remember that. Okay, so you had the one question? And that's where we're at. Jeff, it's your turn.
Okay. Thank you, Madison. And thank you for your little input, Scott. I think just in the interest of some of the council, the commissioners who were not here when I did the concept plan, I just want to briefly go through a couple things. If you would pull up just it's probably the second slide or the second page in there. Yeah, just right there. I'm gonna not Jackson, but if you're not familiar with it, so this is the old Quintana property where there used to be a number of mobile home trailers. I think 8 or 9 mobile home trailers used to sit there. This was the Quintana. The Quintana's family, was in Minturn for how long? 50, 60 years, maybe even longer. And they did a lot of the infrastructure work. They were excavators and underground contractors. They did put in probably most of the water pipe in town of Vail. So this property, or this right-hand side of the property, was in their family for many, many years. This commercial building here was, I don't know who owned it before Larry Allen, but Larry Allen owned it for many years. I think there may have been a butcher or some kind of a meat packing place there at one time. It was the home of Alpine Glass headquarters for a long time. It changed hands to a guy from Aspen and a gal from Eagle Vale that owned it for quite a long time. And then there's a couple little houses that, there was a blue house that sat here. There's still the old brown log house that sits here. There's a little, what we call the clubhouse, where a bunch of ski patrollers work on their 4x4s. I think Tom Cleveland used to have his welding shop in there from Cleaver's Deli for quite a few years. And then the Chief Lorenzo Martinez used to live back in this trailer for many, many years. He was our police officer, or chief of police in Minturn for a long, long time. But that's kind of the history of the property, and so it's a mix of a couple little homes, and there were quite a few mobile homes that were on there, and the commercial component that was there for quite a long time, and then obviously the trading post is here, and Jerry Sidley Plumbing and everything is across the street. The old Lucero's gas station is there. So in this zone, it's been a mix of residents or residential and commercial for quite a long time, and mixed use for quite a long time. Without getting too far into any one specific topic, I think Madison did a great job of just outlining, you know, the number of units that we're talking about. And I do think that we should talk tonight about the plat and just understand how this, you know, right now this is 5 different parcels where, you know, there's an address here, there's an address here, and what we're doing is, or what we're proposing to do is to divide this into 5 tracts that are larger parcels that could be 3 of which can, you know, we don't have the water to do anything for right now, but tract A is over here on the left side, this kind of square, and that's where the apartment building that is being proposed would be built. And then tract B sits where the existing commercial building is, and it also encompasses 2 small cottage lots that are over here. And then tract C is this whole corner, which is shown as being 8 small micro homes that are affordable housing, for sale affordable housing. And then tract D is up front. That's proposed to be the 10 townhomes. And then the last piece is tract E, which is where the proposed new fire station or for the fire district or commercial building would go. So that's kind of how the tracts on the draft of the plat that you have is divided up. And I do think that we should just kind of talk about it, even if we don't get to any motions tonight, you know, just so at least you guys are a little more familiar with it. I would like to take most of our time tonight, kind of, as we know, like we've been through this PUD process before with some of the other developments in town. I would kind of prefer to spend most of our time, because this is the heavy lifting, sausage making part of the PUD process. I'd like to get into, you know, more of your questions, specifically when it comes to the variations that are proposed, and, you know, try to poke holes and make sure that you guys understand everything about this, you know, and rather than promoting or, you know, talking about things that you may have already read in the packet, I would really like to address questions and specific to things that might take a while. You know what I mean? So I think, like Madison said, the correction to the SFEs for the water, the 22.5 has been already addressed. The density, I don't know that the density is necessarily a problem for anyone, but I do want to point out that in the packet, it did talk about how the existing density down there right now is like 11.33 units per acre. This is a 2.5 acre parcel. And the existing density is in the staff report as 11.5. And we're proposing 16.6 is the number in there. I will say that the 2020 or the 2030 future land map references this area of town as being medium density residential. Medium density residential is defined as 10 to 20 units per acre. And Belden Place was approved, another, you know, the PUD down the road was approved at 15 units an acre. So I just kind of want to point out that the density that we're proposing fits in that medium density qualification, in my opinion. And depending on what happens when we get water, if we get water, with the fire station, you know, what's in the packet is that commercial building in tract E, or the fire station, is kind of, it's, how do I put it? We've allowed it for 3 units to be above that, 3 apartments or whatever. If it becomes a fire station, it may just be some beds for firemen and women. So it's not necessarily going to be the same as 3 apartments. So if you take the 42 units that we're proposing, that becomes a fire station someday and it doesn't have 3 real apartments above it, you may be at 39 units or some portion between 39 and 42. So I'm just kind of pointing out that the density of 16 units an acre versus, or, you know, might drop into 15 or 14, I don't know. So, but I do think that it conforms to what the future land map, the 2030 future land map references this area to be. And like the staff report did point out, you know, this is, the findings were that this is appropriate, the density is appropriate for this location of town as an infill project. So with that, I think I would like to, I'd like to take questions, but I would like to also focus on the variations first, because I think that's what's going to take the most time. So whatever you guys want to pick, if we want to talk about, let me see here.
Jeff, do you want to start with the setback variation? I think
Yeah,
that's
let's
the
talk
most
about that.
isolated.
Let's go to, scroll down and we can look at, I think it's like page 3 or something. It shows, well, actually, let's go back to that just for a second. If you guys had a chance, this was the concept plan that was presented in 2021, which if you look at what's there, it's essentially the same thing you're looking at today. Commercial building, fire station, 5-plex townhouse, 5-plex townhouse, 8 little micro homes, 3 cottages, a commercial building, and the apartment building. What happened here is that that cottage got added on to this building. This was an existing apartment, and we kept it. We thought we were going to demo it. We kept it and tied these together, so it eliminated one of these cottage lots, so there's now only 2. But that's the only real change from this plan to, if you scroll to the next page, that's the same plan you're looking at today. Fire station, townhome, apartments, commercial building, 2 cottages, 8 micro homes. So all I'm pointing out is that nothing's really changed in 3 years. But let's go, I don't know if you want to, do you think, Scott, it's better to look at this, or should we look more at the civil drawings that actually show the setback? I mean, I can describe it. Go ahead.
Yeah, this works.
One of the things that I think you guys are used to, some of you that have been here longer on the commission, is that when we get into sort of unorthodox lots, you know, a lot that sits up on Main Street, it's very easy to know, here's the front, here's the back, here are the 2 sides. Sometimes we get into talks about corner lots and which is the front and which is the side. In this case, because this lot or this portion of the property sits way off Main Street, this is Martine Creek Forest Service open space, and this sits where the Chief Lorenzo's trailer currently is still sitting. So the question is, what's the front, what's the back, and what are the sides? Or how do you interpret it? It doesn't necessarily matter, or it's not necessarily relevant in a PUD as much, because we can all interpret it and define it and agree on it and work through that. But the issue here is that because of the width of this underground parking garage and the width that works better for backing out, not having to make too many point turns, you know, this space of this 2-lane parking garage is 25 feet in between each parking space. If you squeeze that to 20 feet, it doesn't obviously work as well. And so making this back setback to the property line 5 feet instead of 10 feet is something that we're proposing to do specifically to make, because this building is there now. You know, this is the old commercial building. So pulling down this parking ramp, making this radius turn into a parking garage, and then getting 31 parking spaces in it, and still having a 2-lane safe passage in this parking garage, we kind of needed that 5 feet. So that's why we're pushing the limit of this rear setback. Also, obviously, this is Forest Service open space. I don't know, you know, we don't know if they're gonna sell that someday and develop it. They could. Right now, obviously it's not backing up to anybody, but let's say they do. I guess one of the ways I'm interpreting it is, if they did, they would like, even if it was a road or a building or whatever, more than likely they would still be at least 5 feet into their land before they put something up, which would create a 10-foot separation between the back of the apartments and something the Forest Service could build or develop someday, which is kind of similar to what our code is now for between houses in town. You know, everyone has a minimum 5-foot side yard setback. So between neighbors, unless it's a non-conforming lot, we all have 10 feet between our houses. Less when someone encroaches by 18 inches into the eave. You might be a little closer at your eaves than that, but that's why we're pushing the limit on the back there to 5 feet, or trying to reduce that setback by 5 feet instead of calling that the rear and having a 10-foot setback like normal town code would be. I think the normal code, correct me if I'm wrong, is 20 feet in the front, 10 in the back, 5 on the sides. So that's the explanation to that. Now, I'll stop there and let's hammer it out.
I have a question.
Can we start with Eric and then we'll go to you, since you're right at the end here.
Since we're looking at this, so the front of the apartment building is, what side's the front? Like, where's the entrance, or where do people, or they just come in from the parking lot, or? Like,
Technically, they come in from the parking garage. There are stairs on the far end, where, you know, on the top right corner, let's call it, as you're looking at it, that can get you in and out. But for all intent and purposes, there is no grand entrance. It's not like a hotel. It's more similar to, you know, a commercial building or something that you go into the parking garage and then you go up the elevator and get to your floor.
Sure. Michael?
Yeah, so technically the building's on top of it, and that's because, you know, because things are somewhat different. That's the side. I mean, that's your rear. You're calling it the rear, but that's what, and it backs up the Forest Service. So
Correct. It's just kind of unorthodox because the top here, this is where the sewer is.
yeah,
And so Eagle River obviously wants 25 feet for their easement here,
Yeah.
which is kind of this dotted line. So that constrains the building from being any closer that way to the property line. So you have 25 feet plus as you come this way. You have at least 25 here.
where's the rear, Jeff? Where are we considering the rear on this building?
Theoretically, I've always
Oh, that's
called
what
this the
we're
rear.
We're gonna call that the rear.
I've
so-
been calling it the rear.
And then,
Okay,
then what's
I'm sorry.
This is the side, then,
This would be side, this would be side, this would be front, I guess.
So the only variance you're looking for is for the quote, for the rear.
and the
Correct.
side.
No,
Well, he's
this
calling
this meets side because
That's
this is
side.
5. This exceeds in the front,
Okay.
and this would normally, if it was a traditional lot, it would be 20 or it'd be 10. This would be 5. This would be 5. If you're calling this front, side, rear.
if there was a neighbor living right next to you in that Forest Service, I would probably personally have more concern.
Is there? I know.
Anything else?
No, and I've been just trying to think of, historically, we've had situations where it changed what was front and back and side and all that kind of stuff, just like the lay it, mainly because of Forest Service stuff. But I'm not coming up with anything that I can think of right offhand.
Yeah, I mean, if you looked at this kind of more in a traditional sense, you could almost say that since this side of the building parallels Main Street, this is the front,
Yeah.
and that becomes the rear. Or you could say there's no rear, and it's a unique kind of situation because it's not a house. First of all, it's an apartment building, so.
I believe the way the code allows the town to determine front, side, or rear has everything to do with orientation of a building to a public street. So the main entrance or the front door of a home or things like that. In this instance, I think the closest, parallel we can draw is the entrance drive, the entry into the building, that's the front, which is why we asked for the applicant to apply for a variance for the rear.
Yeah.
Right. And on the back, the back being against Martine Creek, I really doubt if the Forest Service is going to change anything on Martine Creek
I hope not.
because of being a hiking as well as access to other stuff.
Yeah, I hope not too. I hope it stays like it is for a long, long time. But there was talk many years ago about a horse trade between CDOT and they were talking about taking the Eagleville CDOT housing
Right.
and moving it there with all their trucks and all their trailers in
And
mobile
that
homes.
was nixed because of the trailhead.
Correct.
So that's what I'm saying. I doubt if anything will go in there
I do too.
because of the trailhead. I don't
And it's obviously, for as long as it's going to, hopefully stay that way, it's obviously a big amenity for the 8 units that are on that side of the building, because they will walk out directly onto the Forest Service. And that'll be out your back door. That'll be your view. Because really, half of this parking garage is in the ground and half of it is out of the ground. So if you looked at the elevations that are in the packet with the back of the apartment building, if you look at if you walk out your first floor living room door, you're going to walk right out to Forest Service, almost at the same grade.
No, he just answered my question. I just didn't digest that grade view, so apologies.
Well, and there are doors going into it, not just the stairs at the end of the building.
No. Everyone, there are 8 units on. They stack. So this building, like I said, it's half in the ground and half out of the ground when it comes to it's like the whole parking garage is not underground. It's kind of half in and half out. So the first floor grade coming out your back door is pretty much the same grade as the Forest Service land is here. And there are 8 units down this side and 8 units down this side with a hallway down between. And each unit is 2 stories tall. So it's almost kind of more like a townhome than a apartment.
I just wanted to bring that visually up because I think that's where I was struggling on that visual, which was my question.
We can go down, scroll down, Madison, to toward the end. And there's some elevations of the apartments. It's probably on like page 27 or, yep, right there. So,
Thank you.
yeah.
Which is the back, Jeff?
You are right here. This is the view from the Martine Creek side. So you'd be walking out your door to Forest Service, and then your bedroom's upstairs. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 units on that side of the building. And then each one of these is windows of the stairwell going to the second floor.
Now, what is labeled front over there is actually,
These are really old, so I wouldn't get too caught up in what he's calling front and rear.
okay,
So when you said half the garage is above ground, I guess that's where I was missing it.
Yeah, like from the Forest Service side, you're not going to see any of the, I don't think you're going to see really any of the parking garage. From the other side, this side, you will. You're going to, because this is the side where you're driving down from the grade of the commercial building now into the parking garage.
So where's the entrance to the parking garage?
It's not shown on this elevation. These were kind of drawn prior to, and they're really kind of drawn almost more like a slab on grade.
Can you go back to that first one we had up, that'll show the entrance?
Just want to see on there.
So I think my question to you, Jeff, was there was an opportunity to have the parking garage be in the variance, but then the actual building above ground to be conforming. Or was that engineering inappropriate?
So you, like treating the parking garage as what they would call a plinth. So it's buried and then the building sits up above it and the building itself.
Is in conformance, but the parking garage is in the setback is in the variance setback requested.
Are you asking if that could be done through a redesign or?
I'm just asking was that considered by staff and by Jeff?
No.
Okay, thanks.
No.
No, thanks.
Would you show Eric with the entrance to the parking?
I just want to see it on the other one, sorry.
Yeah, if we go back to that,
Well, it's right there, isn't
Yeah, I
it?
see it.
yeah, I mean, it's, let's zoom out a little bit. It would be, let's go up here. It would be back here. So as you're driving from the commercial building, making the turn, you'd be driving down here and then turning into the parking garage underneath this unit down here. That makes sense?
Yes.
Maybe,
That would show-
maybe, I don't know about the angle of the roof, if you're driving, if you're standing where the commercial unit is, technically you're gonna go forward and turn right and go around to the right to get in to the back side of the parking garage, wouldn't you?
Yeah, actually, you're right. You're you're looking at the Forest Service side, so you'd be driving in on the other side because this is the back.
Okay,
okay.
The high point. No, you're right. No, I'm wrong.
I think
Because-
it shows better on the first one we had up,
It does,
It does.
back to the first.
absolutely does.
it's just opposite angle.
Yes, because the high point of the roof, yes, the high point of the roof is here.
It's closest to Martine.
That's where you drive in, correct?
Yeah, you drive down, you come around the commercial building, you come off Main Street, you come in, you come around, you go down and into the parking garage.
Can we go back to the picture that you just had up for a minute?
Mhm.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
So to the far
So
right.
the big part is near the well.
Yeah, the high point of the building is towards Main Street and the,
No,
the low part, the opposite, sorry,
the high points towards Martin Creek.
correct.
Exactly, it's the same, like if we were to drive down there right now.
Yeah, so actually this is the elevation that you see facing Main Street. So if I'm on Main Street, that's what you see from Main Street. So the low part of the roof is on this side, the high part is on the back side. And so this is Forest Service. This is where you would drive down and under and in.
If you got a variance, you need to have to say side.
Yeah, in theory, you could kind of think, you could say this is front, that side, and the rear would be,
Oh, that's front, okay, I'm sorry. I was confused.
So the slope of the roof is going like the mountain. The mountain goes up.
correct,
Okay.
correct. And the reason for that, we'll get into it later, but the reason for that and the reason that it's mono pitched that way is because the entire roof is proposed to be a solar array. And that's the orientation that faces the sun.
Okay,
It's not the most
so my concerns
beautiful, but it is the most functional.
are
We're good.
fire.
Pardon me?
You're taking your building 5 feet closer to the forest, which comes down right to that building. That is my one concern. But that building, if I'm correct, is fire sprinkled?
Correct.
Okay. That would be my main,
Yeah, it's
that's
definitely,
awfully close to that mountain. I've got more room than that behind my house.
I think the fire department would look at it on the, whatever it is, towards the mountain. That end, rather than the Martine Creek end, because Martine Creek end is pretty much meadow, and that is a wetland, actually.
Which is better.
Yes, I know that the Allens had flooding at times down that area.
mhm.
So that would be not a fire hazard on that side, but near the mountain side would be a concern of fire department.
Well, it is proposed to be built with like 100% Firewise materials anyway. It's going to have a metal roof. It's going to have like hardy cement siding. It's not going to have a lot of stuff it's not going to have a lot of wood that can burn. And so anything that can burn on the inside of the building is going to be fire sprinkled.
Jeff, the fire district did respond. They did review the plans. It might have been a year or so ago, but, and their comments were, this works. If anything substantially changes, then we need to bring it back to them, but, okay.
Yeah, they did take a look at it and they didn't find they didn't have any problems with it. Okay, so let's go back up to the slide we were on before, just so we can look at the setback again.
And by the, just asking questions.
Do you still have a question?
I just want to confirm, because I saw it in the plan that there was enough, in terms of fire, there was enough turnaround in the like garage. It looked like for a fire turnaround where there was like,
A fire truck's not going to get in the parking.
not in the garage, but like in front of it. It was
Correct.
like,
Yeah, they've looked at all those turning radiuses and stuff.
that was notated in the plans. Yep, thank you.
But I mean specifically to the variance or the variation request for the 5 feet on the Martine Creek side. You know, that's the only variation that we're asking for in terms of dimensional standards for any lots or anything.
Anybody else have anything else on this subject? Okay, Jeff, go ahead. Please.
I think next we could talk about let's do landscaping, because I know that's dear to Len's heart.
Is that gonna be variance?
110 degrees.
I want to talk, yeah, I think we should talk about the trees and whether or not we can comply. So, yeah. I'd like to talk about, you know, again, we're in a PUD, so we have to make interpretations of existing code as it applies to whether or not we're complying to existing code or whether we're asking for a variation from existing code. So one of the things in the existing code that says that our landscaping standards don't apply to commercial development. So the question I'm asking is, if Tract B and Tract E are slated to be, I mean, Tract B is already a commercial building and it has been historically a commercial building for 100 years. And Tract E is proposed to be a fire station or another commercial building. The question would be, does the commission interpret that as whether those two tracks and the square footage of those two tracks should be exempt or not. And if so, that would reduce the number of trees from
Are you saying
110.
exempt from landscaping?
No, exempt from needing to plant trees.
The one,
So they'd
the
still
one
be
The
tree.
one tree per 1,000 square feet.
Okay,
So if we take all 5 tracts as the staff report as reported, then it would need 110 trees. If you take out these square footages, then you would reduce the number of trees that you need, and
so what?
64. And then, you know, the other side of that equation is how, I don't know how old or do we know how old that landscaping standard has been on the books here when it comes to the tree planting?
I don't, but I also don't necessarily see where you're saying it's exempt. It's a standard. There's specific standards for multifamily, mixed use, and commercial. But to answer your question, no, I don't know how long that's been on the books.
Well, I guess the reason I asked the question was just because, you know, the town's done a lot of work to come up with water wise and using less water and all that kind of stuff. And so obviously every tree you plant requires a lot of water.
Jeff, you are correct. It says landscape plan shall demonstrate that there is a minimum of one tree for each 1,000 square feet of lot area.
Right.
This standard shall not apply to commercial development.
Right.
I have
So-
no idea why, but
I don't either. Well, and it's neither here nor there, really. It is, what's important, I guess, to me and for us to discuss is really like how to apply the code fairly and then also like keeping water in our mind all the time. And how much water did those trees need? And where is the happy medium between drought tolerant and not watering every tree and deciding like what do we do?
We're gonna start at the end again.
Okay.
And go through, because I have some things to say.
Okay.
Eric, how about you?
You can, we'll come back to that.
Michael?
I'll leave the landscaping to you.
I don't see where there is need for a variance because it says right there
It's, yeah.
that the standard shall not apply to commercial development. And those two sections are the commercial development. So I don't think we really need a variance on the trees. Now, I don't know what it says about the rest of the landscape.
And it's hard to say because we have no plans in here that show us what trees you're expecting to use because there are drought tolerant trees.
And that's fine. Like I said, I think to Madison's point earlier, you know, we have said on the record that we want to comply 100% with the town's landscaping requirements. Whether or not we can meet that is a function of whether or not it's 110 trees or 64 trees. That's quite a big difference, not only from a water standpoint, but from a financial standpoint. And so if I'm going to demonstrate that I can plant 64 trees versus 110 trees, and where do I put them, and what's the best place for them, then I just want to make sure that we work out where that is.
so the way I would interpret this, if I may, I agree that we could maybe look at tract B and E as commercial. Tract E could be civic, or tract D, sorry. E, sorry. It could be civic, not necessarily commercial. But let's just say for argument's sake that those two are identified as commercial and those come off the books as the 1 per 1,000 square feet of lot area. We're not dealing with a traditional lot. We're dealing with tracts. It's still going to be 1 per 1,000, I think, of square feet.
Yeah.
typically we would have a landscape plan that kind of, plans out into the future, since the building locations, driveways, sidewalks, everything is planned and we're reviewing it as a whole. It's logical that we would have a landscape plan that does identify where those trees are gonna go. And if we're short 10, if we're short 30, whatever that number is, and then you have something to evaluate as a variance. How close are we? Is it the minimum relief from that standard necessary to achieve the other goals of the PUD? Drought tolerance, it still complies with the town's goals of having some landscaping and a tree canopy and drought tolerant native species, whatever the standards are that we're trying to apply to that. So I think that level of information is just not there yet, right? To your point, we don't know what we're necessarily giving a variance for. If there's a willingness to encourage the applicant to develop that a little further so we understand kind of where we are, that might be a productive path forward.
Michael?
Looking at track B and track E as we're using as an example, I mean, 28,000 foot is quite a large lot, and 28 trees is 28 trees as well. But that all being said, I don't think you want a 28,000 foot lot with no trees. I think that there's definitely room to discuss that. The problem is we don't have all that specific layout and information.
No, and keep in mind, maybe go back, Madison, and just show the site plan again. That's back on like page 3 or 4. Other than,
That's just section A we're talking about, which that's B.
yeah, this is A.
Yeah.
This is B. Actually, B goes all the way here to here. So this is B. This is C. This is D. And this is E. So keep in mind that right now, other than the hillside back here, there are no trees
We got
on this site.
Yeah.
Like none.
Right.
And there historically have been none. So any tree would be an improvement.
Do we happen to have like that specific drawing? Because I know specifically we're talking about like A, D right now.
Mhm.
Do we happen to have like that specific drawing with?
Yeah, Madison, if you wanted to, you could pull up the plat.
Further along here,
Could you pull up the plat, maybe?
that shows like the buildings with the A and B or something.
Yeah. It just to address that real quick,
Like 4 screens.
this I know this tends to be I don't know if it's confusing, but a little less clear than it should be. You're requesting and you are reviewing the entire PUD. We're probably expecting that only phase 1 is going to move forward, and we might get a higher level of detail for just tracks A and B, the phase 1 part of the development, at the final plat stage. But the zoning entitlements, the density, the overall plan is being reviewed as a whole right
No,
now.
I understand that.
Okay, okay,
I understand that.
okay.
It's yes. When we get to that part, we can figure out what. Yes, I understand that part.
Okay.
So, yeah, I guess,
A,
yes.
B, and C, and D, and E, Main Street.
Okay, thank
That makes sense?
Very good, yes, thank you.
And you can kind of see the dash lines ghosted in of where the roadway is.
Yeah, I have questions about that, but when we get to that.
But I guess generally speaking, Lynn, back to your point, whatever number we all agree on for how many trees we want to put in, even if it's let's say the number ends up being 30 trees here and 30 trees there and 20 trees there and a whole line of trees behind the apartment
Right in the
building or
back, right on
something.
the property line.
On the Forest Service side,
Yeah.
you grow tall and
Yeah.
give a little break or whatever that is. Like, I think we can certainly condition.
I certainly think we can reduce the number of trees.
Well, I mean, practically speaking, you're just not going to get, if considering that this tract B has been, Larry Allen's old building, and it's been a asphalt parking lot for as long as it's been there, you're not going to, and then the building's still there, it's not going anywhere. So the opportunity to put a bunch of trees, you can add a lot of trees over where the cottages would go, but you don't have a lot of dirt and room because of the asphalt road and everything else. And the road to get to the apartments, there's just not a lot of opportunity to add a lot of trees to track B. You could add a pretty fair amount of trees on the rear of, or the back of tract A along the Forest Service. I mean, that's 200 feet long. So even if you had a whole row to give, that would grow up, those trees would grow up and give some privacy.
But if you're only 5 feet away from the Forest Service.
Well, it would just depend on what kind of a tree it
I'm
is.
saying, Jeff, I have no issues with reducing it because of the things you brought up. I think the book stands for that. I don't think it even needs a variance. What I'm saying is there are trees that are drought resistant that you can still probably do work with that would give some nice usage. And I think that's necessary to make this feel more home,
Sure.
if that makes sense.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that's definitely our intention is to, it doesn't look very homey down there right now. So we would love to make it more homey.
That's pretty funny.
But I don't think saying water-wise, I think if you use the proper vegetation, you're gonna meet those goals. And we can talk about how many trees perhaps later down the line, or do we need to do that now?
I do think before the planning commission takes action to recommend anything on this file, I think it'd be helpful for you to have additional information
On it, I do too.
what that could look like for all the other phases and how that, again, are we really talking about 60 trees and not 110 trees or 20 trees? How big is that variance request?
Or is it not a variance at all?
Or is it not a variance at all?
That's,
Right.
personally, that's more what I'm interested in tonight, is to poke holes in whether I need a variance or not, or it's a variation. And if it's not, if we don't need a variation, then I would prefer it be not in the next staff report.
Understood. I think what I'm saying and what I'm hearing is it's maybe hard to make that determination, Jeff, just because we're saying that there's 2 commercial buildings in there, doesn't mean that we're off the hook. That might reduce the number of trees. If the code says that commercial development is exempt, great. What portion of commercial development exists on tract B, right? Because it's not all commercial, it's commercial and residential. Those are details that I think need to be kind of parsed out. For track C and D, same exercise. If those are 100% residential, they're subject to that. So how many square feet are we talking about? How many trees? And how many trees do you reasonably see fitting in that landscape plan? So we can get to a number.
Yeah, well,
And so I don't think we can take that off the table as a potential variance tonight.
I don't either until we get through more information.
okay.
I'm not following Scott. I can see the other areas, let's see, A, B, C, and D. I can see where trees can go in those areas, but the 2 commercial areas, there's no way of putting a whole bunch of
You
trees
don't
in
have to
all
put a
that.
whole bunch in, but that doesn't mean you can't put 2 or 3.
So, like, in other cases, we've required some pretty extensive landscaping
I-
layouts, and there's there's along that back area, he could jam some trees in there for sure. That would be nice and give a little privacy. There's some spots, but so to what Lynn's saying, it's hard to sort that all out unless we all come to an, which I would think would be unlikely, but unless we all came to an agreement saying, okay, A gets 15, B gets 10, C gets, I mean, it's sort of a,
At which point I would stop you and say it's not the planning commission's job to design the project or horse trade in the middle of a hearing. I think you need to react to a proposal, information, and then determine, is it a variance? Is it not? To what extent is he asking for a variation? Are you seeing justification for that variation? Reduction in water use, or there's just physically not the room to do it, or fire-wise perspective, it doesn't make a lot of sense, or whatever the reasons are. That's the level of information and decision that you need to make, which I don't think we have tonight.
we need more information to make
So,
that.
so
Yeah.
So if we have those two exempt, then what is the number of trees?
That's what I'm saying. We
60.
don't know.
Well,
We don't know because it's based on 1 tree per 1,000 square feet of lot area. There's a commercial building on the same lot as,
The square footage of the residential that's proposed on the other tracks. Drive that number.
we probably do.
no, we do, they're on that chart.
Okay.
And I guess, Scott, what I'm gonna push back on a little bit is just, I'm not asking for a variation. And I've already said in the report that I'm saying I'm going to comply with the landscaping standards. What's being in question is whether I can do that. And
Right.
that's up to you guys to decide what your comfort level is with whether or not I can do that.
Well,
If you think I can do that, then I don't need a variation.
my comfort level on this tonight is not there.
Okay.
I need to see more plans, a little bit more idea. Where perhaps what you're going to use, perhaps approximately where those will be. I mean, it doesn't have to be specific, but if you said, okay, we figured it out that this could go here, that could go there. I mean, you're going to have issues trying to put those plants in these properties because there's very little open space to do it. But you've got a pocket park there, which is going to probably, if that's still a pocket park, that's going to need vegetation, and that's right behind that, so that kind of helps that commercial building out a little bit. But perhaps there's a little place you could put just a few behind the commercial building here, between those two, do you call those cottage homes?
Yeah.
Yeah, something like that, just that gives us a little more idea. I would really appreciate that.
Yeah.
see, Lynn, I see more I agree with you on all these areas, but I'm saying 110 trees. I can see where our
No, I'm not
codes
arguing
are
that.
saying 64.
Yeah, I'm not arguing.
I'm saying with the
110.
64 number rather than the 110. And so the 64 is saying we really don't need a variance there.
Correct,
We just need some trees.
but
And I'm saying that.
I'm not going to vote on a variance, yes or no, tonight until we have more information, if that makes sense to you.
But I would like to give him guidance that we're leading on 64 trees rather than 110.
You understand that, don't you?
I understand that there's a
Because,
lot of grayness to it.
thank you. I like that. A lot of grayness.
I guess my question, Lynn, is we're not reviewing a building permit plan.
No.
We're not at that level. So the level that we're at tonight is whether we're trying to identify variations that are going to be conditions of the PUD and written into the PUD guide. And if the landscape standards are not, if I don't need a variation, then I don't need to revise the PUD guide. I don't need to put language in the documents that are going to be governing. And I'm personally standing here saying that I'm confident that I'm going to be able to meet the standards. The question will come when I come, if the day comes where I'm asking for a building permit and I'm sitting in front of you and we're reviewing how many actual trees are going to be on that tract, then that to me is the time when you would do that. But if you want to see it now, then I give it to you now. but I don't think I need a variation.
I don't even know, Scott,
The
from what I understand, you're saying in the code is it currently says that those two parcels can be exempt. Is that not correct?
well,
It's questionable.
it says commercial development. We have commercial buildings on the same lots as residential buildings.
I see, so
So
that's.
there's this, like, okay, how do we draw a dividing line that I think the point is that this is not a situation where you wait till building permit to figure it out. And if the PUD guide says there's going to be, it says it's going to meet the standards, and that's great. But usually a PUD guide says we're going to, comply with the landscape plan that's approved with the PUD. The PUD has a site plan, a grading plan, a stormwater drainage plan, turning movements, everything has been worked out in this case, except for the overall landscape plan. We have landscape plan that shows revegetation of the future development tracks, which is fine. But there's this gap between saying we're going to meet those standards and here's what we're showing today. We don't have the details. We have the details for everything else. But I don't know how to make that mental leap. And if we get to a PUD approval and we get through final plat and we have cost estimates for all the public infrastructure, all the revegetation, all that stuff, and we're hoping and praying that as the future development tracks come in and building permits, that they actually do comply with the standard that the PUD was supposedly held to. What if they don't? Like, I mean, in my mind, the number of trees, 1 per 1,000, 1 per 500, is not the thing that's going to make or break this PUD, or the character of the PUD, or how it complies with the overall comprehensive plan. But we don't know where the rest of those trees are going to go. Does that make sense?
Yes.
It's not something we can just, I don't know. It's something I would advise you to at least get a little bit more information on, and Jeff to at least take a stab at seeing how that would actually play out in real life as those tracks develop.
Yeah.
I'm happy to do that and, submit, a next iteration, or condition it to say that, you guys want to take another look at how many trees are going where, and just generally, because, but again, I am confident that I'm going to be able to meet it, but I do think that it needs to be interpreted by either the staff or the planning commission as a recommendation to say whether or not we're going to hold commercial lots that are slated to be commercial, whether they're existing commercial or they're future, to a standard that is exempt.
I think in regards to, some of what Scott just stated, potentially down the road, right? Say we don't have water for a while or this and that or whatever, there would be an option for you with everything approved to potentially sell off some of those lots and we've been sitting up here together for a little while, not as long as you, but just a little while. And, I think that we've required that, at what phase, you would know more than me on that, but I think as in this specific phase for certain places, we've required more, we've required to see it, like some of this stuff, and I don't know, Jeff, to be honest with you, I don't know, like some of these, like your drawings and your layouts, like it's some of this stuff like 3 or 4 years old and hasn't been completely, changed over.
No, it's all up to date.
So then throw your trees on there.
Okay, at the moment, can we move on?
Yes, but I would ask you guys again, how do you want to interpret the commercial? do you want me to try to put 110 trees in, or do you want me to try to put in 64 trees or 78 trees? Or do you want me to consider the cottage lots as residential and add the square footage of the cottage lots that are on tract B,
Yeah.
so that those have X number of trees for the however many square feet that lot is, and it might take the number from up to 72 or
Yeah,
whatever,
I think that's a logical next step, is just to, you've got lines on paper already, try to draw a couple more lines to separate the commercial building lot area from the residential area. If there's a truly, 100% residential tract, that's easy.
yeah.
I have not a hard question. It's not disrespectful,
No,
just curious. What we're talking about has up until today, till right now, have you received any direction from staff to mark out your trees?
no. But that doesn't matter. I mean, the commission can ask for whatever extra information you want, and you should. And to your point, Lynn, like, that's what you want to see, so you deserve to see it. So,
Well, let's start with number one. I think reducing the process of the amount of trees is fine. I like what Scott's idea is by separating out those two cottage homes and putting a little bit about that is fine.
sure.
And come back with a little bit better idea of how that would work.
Okay. Yeah, I think there's a ton of opportunity on C, D, and E. And then the park across from, that's on B, but you have the park across from it, and the rear of the apartment building to add enough trees to satisfy the code.
So I'm not going to suggest that we're making a deal and we're swapping trees for shrubs. However, as we move forward in our code update project, we're going to look at landscape standards again. It's always baffled me as to how or why the town arrived at this standard, 1 tree per 1,000 square feet. I don't know what the
Because I
magic
think
is.
it was based on the common of the 5,000 square foot lot,
Okay.
which is why there was 5 trees. And that's where it,
And I also don't know why commercial was excluded entirely,
I don't either.
right? So, and I also don't know why there's not a minimum number of shrubs. In other codes in other towns, there's a minimum number of trees and there's a minimum number of shrubs. And sometimes you can provide more shrubs where it makes more sense to have shrubs and
That's
less
right.
trees, as long as, and that fits into this process of a PUD and creative design or flexibility for a piece of property, for a product type, what makes the most sense without straying too far away from what the town's minimum standards are, what the town's intentions are to have some green cover, right?
Vegetation.
So maybe if we're looking at the minimum number of trees that would otherwise be required for this, maybe there's a solution where, there's, instead of a tree, there's 5 extra shrubs, if that makes more sense from a space standpoint or from a whatever standpoint. So hopefully
Yeah,
that's
again,
helpful.
the intention is to make it homier, like to your point, than the vacant lot full of noxious weeds that it is now. And
And there's a lot of shrubs out there that are drought tolerant.
there's a lot of shrubs that are drought tolerant, exactly. And so this is, again, where the sausage making of this preliminary PUD part is, this is where the fun is, right? And us working together to hash the stuff out. But so I'll come back with.
I think, Jeff, just in general, right? Like, if currently, if you were standing up there, and you had some pictures up there, and you said, "This is what I'm thinking,"
Mhm.
Can you guys agree with what I'm thinking?
Yeah.
It would be a lot easier to
Well, what I'll bring you back is, to your point, I'll bring you back
Something we can
something that you can
visualize.
say, here's over by in track C, here's by the pocket park, here's where, X number of trees can go and X number of shrubs can go. And
Something that helps with a little visualization.
Sure. Okay.
Thank you.
All right, so then I think we should talk next. The next variation is an important one, which is the open space 25% recommendation versus the 18%. The staff report says that it's generally in favor of the trade-off of the 7% difference between the open space provision and then the provision for the 73% deed restricted locals housing. If you could go to, I think, the next slide. No, it might be, go down. Right there. So the three blue areas are what we're calling activated open space. The green areas are just, not buildings, not their pervious surfaces, grass, astroturf for a dog, whatever. They're not asphalt, they're not sidewalk, they're not curb and gutter, and they're not buildings. So these three areas are what are going into that that percentage calculation. So the 7% difference is like the staff report says, it's in lieu of all of the deed restricted housing. But just to give you an idea of what the square footage in the areas that we're talking about, and these would be obviously a lot of the areas that would get the trees and the shrubs. There's certainly a lot of areas to get trees and shrubs around these little homes. There's certainly a lot of room to get trees and shrubs in front up on Main Street. This is 20 feet to the sidewalk from the building, and these are our front setbacks. There's a lot of room for a lot of trees and plants up here to beautify the entrance and the whole area on Main Street. But these areas, this is the biggest one, which is behind the micro homes and behind the potential fire station or commercial building. This is 5,400 square feet. So it's a little bigger than an average Minturn lot. It's 100 feet wide. It's about 50 feet deep. It's obviously a funky shape, but it makes up about 5,400 square feet. This area to the left of the cottages and between the micro homes, this is 2,660 square feet. This is 50 by 60. This is 1,500 square feet. It's about 22 by 62 feet. So these are the areas that are what we're calling, public open space that would have, fire pits, playground areas, picnic tables, lots of different things that the public could use, benches to sit on, lots of plants and vegetation or whatever. I think just to kind of give an idea, of scale, I would say this area here is probably bigger than or around the same size as the play area at Little Beach. It might be bigger. And then obviously you've got all this U.S. Forest Service open space, which is down here. So there's not a ton of, there's not a ton of room to find some more areas for activated open space. So these are the three areas that we've identified. This is obviously very steep treed hillside back here, the mountain coming down. So you can't do much back here other than get the trail through, which we're going to talk about in a little bit. But that's kind of an explanation of what the 9,570 square feet, it's almost 10,000 square feet of open space that we're proposing to dedicate to the public, and the difference between the 7% or the 18% versus the 25% is what we're gonna need the variation for, or what we're requesting the variation for.
But if it's 18%, it's more than what you're showing us.
I'm not sure I follow.
18% of the project is
18% of the total square footage of the property.
Correct.
almost 20,000 square feet.
Yeah.
So it includes the passive as well.
The green spots?
Correct.
Okay, that's what I was
Yeah,
gonna
the
ask.
green areas are part of it, and not all of what I've drawn there is part of it, but
You're just
that's what
saying
goes
the
into
active
that's the
space.
activated stuff.
So
the
all
rest
those
of it
green
is-
spaces are counted as open space also.
Oh,
Yeah.
Can you bring up
So what's the
in
percentage
here
of green versus?
number 7? Is that possible?
Number 7 or
Page
4?
7 or
Oh, sheet 7? Yeah.
Thank you.
yeah. Oh, right there.
So while Madison's doing that, I think it's covered in the staff report. And we've been through this before with other PUDs, but, you know, the reasons that variations can be approved by the town include obtaining desired design qualities. So it says a variation may be allowed that permits the integration of mixed uses or allows for a greater variety in the type, design, and layout of buildings. So that's one of them. Another is to avoid environmental resources. A variation may be allowed that provides necessary site planning flexibility to enable the development to avoid valued environmental resource or natural hazard lands. To allow for water augmentation, it says a variation may be allowed that creates incentives for applicants to commit to a water augmentation plan. I don't think that one's on the table for this development. Trails, a variation may be allowed that provides incentives for applicants to provide contributions to the counties and towns' multi-use trail system, or to provide appropriate forms of access to public lands, including summer and winter parking areas and trailheads, and to river and creek drainages in and surrounding town. Affordable housing, a variation may be allowed that extends an incentive to applicants to provide long-term affordable housing. And then finally, public facilities, a variation may be allowed that provides incentives for applicants to develop public facilities, including but not limited to public transportation facilities, public recreation facilities, and similar facilities. So that's kind of the trade-off notion of this for that.
Jeff, and I may be remembering this wrong because I went through a lot in the last 2 days. Down in the bottom corner where the apartment building is, take your finger straight up. Does that not say open space?
It does, but it's behind where the dumpster is gonna be. We had originally considered this to be like a dog park.
But could you not possibly move that dumpster somewhere and make that an open space for the apartment building? That might have a little bit of picnic tables or something,
You could certainly have some stuff back here.
but they're not gonna want to sit behind a dumpster.
Well, it's gonna be fenced in and closed, but there needs to be somewhere, you know, this is the spot that is closest to the building that makes the most sense for the truck to get in and pull in and dump and go out. He can't come down into the parking garage.
And that dumpster's just for the apartment building?
Theoretically, yes. These guys will all have their own trash cans, and you know, the houses, the townhomes would have their own trash cans, trash service like everybody else does. These guys need dumpster service.
Is around that dumpster there be an opening where they could get back there? Or would there accessibility? be back?
You'll certainly be able to walk through here because there's a stairwell on this end of the building, like a fire escape. And you could probably even fit back there as well, but I don't know that it's, you know, when we started to think about it as a dog park, it started to become Scott and I, Madison and I figured it was gonna be a stinky place.
Yes. But what I was saying is that might be another little bit of place that could become livened up as an open space, not just a patch of green. I mean, I don't know the size of it, quite frankly.
It's pretty good size. It's just,
And that would maybe help the people in the apartment to have a little bit of something.
It's gonna feel a little bit because of the neighbors' houses, their grade is higher here, so there's a retaining wall that is back here. These guys' lots are, I would say, probably 3 to 4 feet higher. So this is up here, down your left side, and then obviously the building is gonna be, you know, tall there, so it's gonna be pretty dark and shaded in there. It's not necessarily gonna be a nice wide open, sunny, warm space for very long in the daytime, maybe a little in the morning, but the building here is quite tall as well.
Is there a fence gonna be along that side, right, yeah, going right
There,
along there?
the neighbors here, Joe and Etta have a fence now. It's pretty old, and I would guess that it may want to get enhanced or replaced, maybe moving forward. They've talked at times about moving, but it doesn't seem like they're going to. So we could certainly look at something like that. But we have, obviously, with the grade being as high as it is, and the fence code being what it is, you'd probably end up with if you were walking down here back to the Forest Service land, and they put a 6-foot high fence right there, it's probably going to be 10 feet high, which it's on their land, so they can do that.
Oh, okay.
Thank you, Madison.
But that kind of explains, where the percentage calculations come from, and what is the actual square footage of what is like usable public space versus just kind of common area. The common areas are open space, green space that figure into the calculation, but the 10,000 square feet of actual like parks and those 3 areas are what we're considering as the real activated open space.
I remember this coming up at conceptual, and I remember us talking about trying to maybe make those percentages a little bit closer to each other than that 7% difference, but I don't see any changes have been made.
Is there any opportunity to add like an active like open space garden in any of the where there's like the micro homes?
There's been talk, at different times about having, community garden space up between the micro homes and the commercial building on Main Street there, in that bigger space. It's really, in the end, I would say in reality, it's probably going to become more of a function of what the residents want and what the HOA decides to do with those spaces, in terms of that kind of stuff. We're accounting for, play equipment for kids and fire pits and picnic tables and some planting areas and brick pavers and things like that. But we're not, necessarily we know that there's going to be opportunity for the HOA to make some decisions moving forward and those future development parcels as well.
Eric, do you have anything?
Which ones are deed restricted? Like which of is it the apartments? Is it
The micro homes, the apartments are 100% deed restricted. The micro homes are deed restricted. The 3 units that are above the existing commercial building are deed restricted.
if those are going to be
Fire department
Yeah.
or not?
not the fire department?
No, there's a 3.
You mean that building where Steam Master is?
Yeah, there are three apartments in this unit now that were recently renovated. Those are locals only, workforce housing. The people live here. These 16 are deed restricted to locals. These 8 would be deed restricted to locals. So that's where these are not they're not proposed to be deed restricted, and then it's kind of up for grabs what happens above the commercial building. the intention is that the 8 micro homes, the 16 or the 19 apartments, those are all, pardon me?
Oh, the apartment, counting the fire department.
No, the three units that are already there now.
Oh,
Here,
those are 3 plus
3,
16.
16, 19, 27,
Okay,
all locals.
but I thought it was 31 units.
Well, because we're counting the units that could be above the fire station
That's
someday.
2 cottage homes in between the
No,
house, no.
no,
And the townhomes,
27.
and these townhomes.
16 through is 19, and 8 is 27, and 3 would be 30, not 31. Am I correct?
Mm. So you're counting these 3, so it's.
You have to count those 3.
No, no.
16 in the apartment building.
Yeah, you know you're doing them, it's 31. So 8 and 16.
Are there 4? 16, 3, 8, 3, correct?
Correct.
16, 3, 8, 3, 11, 14, and 16, that's 30.
8, that's 8.
This is 8,
Okay.
2, 4, 6, 8. 3 there, 3 here, and 16.
That makes it 11.
14 and 16, that's 30 units.
30.
27.
Go ahead, Scott.
I just want to make a suggestion, see what the planning commission feels like. So we were on open space as a variation. I think we're making progress going through some of the outstanding issues and variation requests. We also have Jeff Spinell and Richard online. I don't want to
I didn't know Richard was.
rush anything here, but I mean, if there are particular questions that you have after, having this packet for 3.5, 4 days to really understand all of it, but you may have gotten to some of their referral comments. I wonder if you have any questions of them, or if, for tonight's purposes, we might let them go, because I think we're making good progress and just getting our heads wrapped around what this proposal is, what some of the issues are. Do you have any questions for them? Does that sound fair?
Do you got any? Michael?
Yeah, I probably have a few questions, but I don't want to step on, are we gonna stop public comment for a minute and go to our question period,
I
or,
think that's kind of.
We're not in public comment. We're just,
I'm sorry.
we're in a kind of an unusual free form back and forth between the applicant and the planning commission. Usually Jeff
Okay.
presents, you ask questions.
Forgot.
I think we're kind of there. However this works, and as long as we keep ourselves,
Well, I think
legally in a
for-
good spot.
To help them out.
Yep.
We should stop with this. We can come back to it within our own group. And you can ask your questions and then we can let them go if need be.
I think so,
I think
for
so.
tonight. I don't think we're gonna get through this whole thing tonight, and
No, I don't either. Thank you.
I have, some questions for Richard. Richard, the first question I have is just in regards to, if we're gonna create existing tracks in regards to water, if we're gonna create more tracks on the land, and we're not gonna assign a water tap to those lots, when they be, if that were to be approved, would the town be obligated, as currently with existing parcels and lots in town, would we be obligated to provide one SFE to those random lots that we're creating, since we're taking all the taps for the other parcels that we're currently talking about, those extra 3 parcels not having a tap on it? Should there be a tap assigned to it? Or do you have some type of agreement with the applicant that that can't be requested, or these extra taps we came up with, should we assign something to those as well?
No, I think what kind of you characterize as an agreement with the applicant is the most accurate. that we've worked with Jay, the town clerk, regarding an accounting of the existing taps. And then also worked with the town's water engineer and water attorney to ensure that, there is physical and legal water capacity available. And then to memorialize this agreement, effectively, the number of SFEs will be put into the subdivision improvements agreement. And then there will be a plat note on the final plat. It's on the preliminary plat as well, stating that the development is subject to the existing 2022 water moratorium. It is, basically any future development phases 2 and 3 are conditioned upon lifting of that moratorium.
So that was just a question that I had. So that's answered the question I had on that. I was sure that you had something, and I thought that I read that you had something in there, but I just wanted to reconfirm, so down the road, it got sold, a lot of parcel or tract got sold to somebody else. They didn't come back to us and say, well, I have a legal lot in Minturn, but you just answered that question.
Yep.
So I will move on to my next question. Basically, in a lot of different areas of this application, there are a lot of numerous areas, some from staff, some from you and Mike, some from Jeff Spinell. Stuff that is lots of unresolved stuff that's outstanding on almost every 5 pages I read, but that's not an accurate number, but just a lot of unresolved issues. And so I guess sort of a 2-part question on that. I mean, I know that Jeff and town have been working on this a long time. And are these issues unresolved because the applicant just became aware of them, or are these issues just unresolved because they're still unresolved?
I think it's a little bit of both. Some of them are issues that we've been working through kind of in an iterative fashion. Sometimes we can suggest a solution to the applicant, but other times the applicant needs to come up with a solution and pitch them to us as staff, similarly to how Planning Commission fields these different ideas. And so, from our perspective on the legal issues, and I think not to speak for the rest of staff and town consultants, but we feel like we are at the point where we see a path forward. We've resolved the issues that would potentially result in a change of lot lines or proposed development patterns and density between preliminary and final plat. That's the point at which we feel comfortable conditioning approval. And, oftentimes it is a matter of how much more time and resources, town resources, and applicant resources do we want to spend on a project before bringing it to Planning Commission and Town Council to say, yes, we like this, or no, we don't. So it's a bit of a balancing act there. And then, through that course, sometimes new issues pop up. Open space, just as an example, is an area where, I think that the concepts around open space with patio homes, we've kind of, it is not a concept that we as staff are familiar with. And so I think we are adjusting our expectations as we review the application. So I hope that answers your question.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that answers, a good portion of my question. I mean, since I've been on planning commission, I've always pushed that, thing to have things resolved, you know, pretty complete. I think that we, I think that we have, you know, required certain things in the past, and I also think, and I've also stated, myself that, even though we leave things hanging out there, that Jeff follows up with, later, and that you follow up with later. I've stated in previous meetings and other stuff that, I'd like to see, things complete, so there's not a lot of stuff hanging out there when it's brought to us, so it doesn't get lost in the mix later. But that's just my opinion, and
I agree with Michael.
what'd you say? So anyway, that's the hard stuff.
No,
That's the hard stuff.
I know what you mean.
I guess if to chime in from the engineering standpoint, the drawings are at a point now where they demonstrate at a preliminary level that everything can be completed to meet town code. And our comments are really more directed at things that we want to see on the final plans. But there's not much left that we question on the preliminary plan. They've addressed all of the engineering criteria in a general fashion at this point. The stuff that's left now is just specifics that need to be addressed on the final plans and the final plat.
Yeah, I saw some of your stuff, that you're talking about, Jeff, in regards to, easements and access, and we haven't even gotten into, some of, how the traffic gets in and out and just basic stuff. But just from my standpoint in general, it's a really nice project. Do I have any doubt? Is the open space super concerning, or the trees? If you were to ask me to start with the hard questions, Jeff, this would have been right where I started. I have no doubt that you will build a beautiful project at all. I just, and I understand that it's tough going back and doing stuff, but picture, the phases, and all the stuff updated, and like with the landscaping, some landscaping stuff that we could talk about. Just going through the stuff that Jeff says that he's got it and then go final. But I'm just saying, because it's a big project. It's a big project, and like I said, I've said it in the past. And the more the better. The more the better. So there's no guessing in the end. But the more stuff that we have resolved, like I don't know if the more stuff that we have resolved, the less stuff we have to deal with at the end. And then my issue, and since we're gonna throw it all out there right now, my thing is even if maybe I don't know if some of this stuff that needs to be resolved, if some of it, you know, if we don't get through this tonight, we have a continuance, and a continuance is set to a certain date. At that point, my request would be, what have we resolved and what is still outstanding? So I can look at that. And the question is how, like, and this is just me, you know, like, you've been working on this project a long time. Do you need another month, another 2 months to try to tidy this up and get it back together? You know, because I don't want to have a continuance. And like I said, I would ask when it came down to it, if that was the way things went tonight, I would ask that, you know, at that point, whatever our next hearing is what has been resolved since tonight's meeting and what is currently outstanding. And hopefully the one list is big, couple little baby things, and the rest of the stuff I don't really have any doubt. I have faith that you will build a good project. I just like to have it. I you know, you've heard me. You know, Jeff, in previous stuff, Jeff Spinelli has a list of stuff. He's like, we'll get it final. I'm like, no, why don't we get it ahead of time? I've said it at other meetings, you know, not just here. And this is a really good sized project, and that's just where I'm at.
I understand your conditions. I see them. I have confidence in them. I do feel that I'd like to see some more of it resolved prior to voting on the preliminary. I do have some other questions, though, that don't relate to yours, that I would also like to know some more things on prior to voting on the preliminary. And after we check off with you, I can ask questions of those of Jeff, because I'd like him to bring back a little more information on them. Other than that,
Or we might want to keep Richard for just a little longer. We can let Jeff go. Let everybody else ask their questions.
does anybody else have any questions of Richard?
No.
No,
I have no questions of Richard.
at this point. If we continue this, he will be back to answer questions, correct? Gentlemen, thank you very much. Have a good evening.
All right. Thank you all. And if it does get continued, I guess I have a request that the commission identify specific conditions that you would like to see resolved.
Resolved, yeah.
Because for example, things like the subdivision improvements agreement, the declarations and covenants, those are kind of standard conditions that preliminary plan and plat going to final, where we would not typically address those until final. And so I guess I would ask that that things like that, and I think Scott has a pretty good sense of what those categories are. That some of those, you know, give us and the applicant space to work on those between preliminary and final.
Hold on 1 minute, Michael's.
Yeah, Richard, like you're our town attorney for sure. And you know, like if I made a motion for continuance, like I said, I would state that, you know, prior to our next meeting, we have a list of what's been resolved and what hasn't been resolved. And if you know, you can figure out Jeff's stuff as our attorney, you know, you can talk with him in regards to that. But the more stuff, the better. And if there's some, you know, regular stuff, but I think there's a little bit more that I've read than just regular stuff that I would feel more comfortable with. Basically, you giving us an update
Okay.
prior to our next meeting.
Yeah, and you know, and I think Scott and Madison have a good sense of what other applicants have been held to in terms of what conditions of approval. I think from our legal perspective are typical, and in that I would include subdivision, an SIA, declarations for the HOA. And then, specific language and wording on the plat. I think those are some areas where we, in all previous cases, we have said and Planning Commission and Town Council have signed off on the idea that we would continue working on those items before final plat.
And Richard, wouldn't you also add from our conversations about the PUD guide and the narrative that the language in those documents has been kind of a living thing going back and forth between us, that you guys have also said that you wanted to add some language and then send it back, and so we're working together on those
We
things.
are. That's where we need to provide red lines to the applicant for the PUD guide and the PUD narrative. I think I described in the letter, like the PUD narrative needs to be kind of telling the story of the development in terms of phasing, construction process, etc. And then the PUD guide is really a zoning document that if you were to look at it 10 years after the development is complete, that it makes sense that there's not stuff in there about construction, for example. And so we're working through that with Jeff as well. And I think that is one that we are comfortable as a condition. But
That currently isn't listed as a condition in the staff report, correct?
It is.
It is, yeah.
On page 43, I don't know.
I think it's a catch-all, the applicant shall work with the town attorney to
Okay,
resolve
great.
all PUD
I
issues.
just wanted to- 'cause
So,
I-
And-
so one last question, I'm sorry, Richard, one last question, if we were to make a motion to, how do we want to call this a conception number 2 and wait to hear back from staff and the attorney as to, because our motions are supposed to have a date specific, and how do we set a date specific when we have the unknown, so we don't want to waste anyone's
Pick a
time.
date. If you pick a date and it doesn't work out, then we continue it again.
Probably our next meeting, it's not gonna happen.
We don't, it depends on,
Should you just pick,
Michael, we'll get to that.
I'm sorry.
You can do it as another continuance.
Yeah.
If need be.
Richard, can I just ask that you explain a little bit the unorthodoxness of this plat and because of the water and how that has impacted why there are unorthodox things hanging out there?
In terms of just future development tracks, is that what you're?
Yeah, I mean, I know that Michael, or I'm sensing that a lot of Michael's apprehensions come from language that's in the staff report as it relates to easements and as it relates to the plat and future development tracks and things that have sort of been like a bit of a back and forth between how we're going to interpret it. And the reason that it's that way is because the town doesn't have enough water to supply the whole project. So this is a very unorthodox thing to go through this process that way.
Yeah, I mean, earlier iterations had more detail on the plat. And, there's definitely apprehension on the part of the town about creating vested rights to specific development that would require water beyond the SFEs that are allotted.
Right.
And so where we got with the plat in terms of future development that then is described and depicted in a site plan, so you can see what it is. That's kind of what we arrived at. And then there's this other issue that we have that took us some time to wrap our heads around about subdividing the patio homes with zero lot line setbacks, right? Mm-hmm. And what that process would look like that is not part of the PUD and not part of this subdivision, but it is future actions that will need to occur in order to create the parcels for these tiny homes, basically. And so I think that describes kind of the universe, the big issues that people might feel are missing from this plat. And I think explained why they're not there. Does that capture what you were?
I definitely understand, appreciate that explanation for sure. I, you know, still feel that there's some other stuff missing and anything that we can work on and that you can resolve. And I think that will turn out to be a great project, and it's a big project, and I think that we're just not there yet.
Michael, with regard to the plat, I would offer that the reason we have to plat the tracts, the future development tracts, is because the part of the property that's being developed now with the water rights is in the back. And in order to create utility and access easements and so forth, it's crossing the future development property. So what Jeff has done on the plat is he's created these future development parcels, put the easements on the plat, but the land use summary on the front page of the plat doesn't assign any development rights to those 3 tracts. It just says simply their future development.
I agree with that, but I think that we still need the easements and everything in place regardless.
Oh, no, that's what I'm saying. That's why we're platting those front parcels, is so that we can create access and utility easements so the back lots can get to the highway and the utilities can get from the highway back to those properties.
Yeah, I would just ask, like I said, if anything that we can sort out ahead of time would be very helpful.
I understand what you're saying.
Would it help if the land use summary also stated the number of units that went with each tract, so that you would say there's so many square feet of commercial on tract A and 3 units, and then when you get to tract CDE, they just say no units. Does that make you
I
more?
think the no use part is good. As far as stating the units, whatever you and Richard feel best on that. I have a ton of posted areas that I don't think that we need to go through. I think that I've stated my thoughts and want to continue, moving forward, because I think that it's a very good and positive project, and whatever, the more we can take care of.
Well, I will tell you, Michael, the plat has come a long ways from the first submittal that we reviewed, and this is pretty close to being ready to record. There's really just some detailed dimensions that we'd like to see added to the plat and to the engineering drawings with respect to the easement, but those don't have to happen now. When the engineer gets into the final design, he may tweak a water line or a sewer line and move it a little bit. So it's really not inappropriate. We understand where the easements are going to go, but the fact that we don't have hard dimensions on them today really doesn't concern me. That's a task for the final plat.
I understand.
Okay.
What you're saying there, but I also think that it's having all the PUD information resolved prior to voting on the plat. I just think it's best to go. I just think it's best to, move forward as
All right.
we've been discussing.
Okay, so I'm gonna jump in here for a minute.
Have at it.
I have other things I'd like to discuss that we're not getting to, that Jeff, I would like to think about, and perhaps come back with things on that don't relate to either the plat or legal issues. So I'm gonna try to get to those tonight before we leave. I see what Michael's trying to say. There seems to be, you're saying it's closer. To us, it seems like a lot of unresolved things that aren't quite there yet. And that brings a nervousness to me also, in the sense that I would like some of those resolved before I vote. Now, whether that's one meeting down the line and we have a little more clarity, it seems like in the past, the PUDs we've had maybe haven't had quite so many, or maybe they just came in differently. But I feel like there are a lot of hanging things, and I'd like a little more of them solved before I put my name on the vote, if that makes any sense. And I don't think that would take a lot longer. I don't know. Jeff is working with you. You're saying you're working with them. It might happen quicker than I think it would. But I kind of understand what he's saying. I'd like to see more things clarified, more things resolved before we get there. And a few of those things are on here. So I haven't gotten to them yet. Does that make sense? Right, Richard? We're not just talking about the HOA. We're not just talking about the plat. We're talking about other things also. It's like, I needed to have it clarified on the 50 to 74, because when I was going through this plan, there were multiple places it was still saying it was a 50%
Housing.
and then all of a sudden it changed to 74%, but they were still both in the same packet. And I'm like, wait a minute, what is it? So those are something, little things, more, to clarify the packets, to clarify what we're reading, to clarify what we're agreeing on. And that is where I'm there. I have some questions on snow removal. I have some questions on parking. I have some questions on getting more designs, idea of the designs of the building. Like you put up from the conceptual, that was great, because we didn't have that. And I have, in parking, I have a couple things that I think need to be added. So those are the things that I feel I'm uncomfortable voting, until those things are into the packet stated that we can sign off on. Anybody else have anything?
I just want to say that the reason that I asked the first question that I asked, which is each of these we need to consider independently, was if we could vote differently on each of them. So that was just for my sense, because I do have the questions on the PUD, but I don't have any questions on the preliminary plat or the zone district. Additional questions from what's been presented by staff.
We did a lot of questions on the plat.
No.
The zone.
Yeah, but that's why I asked that first question, which is, are they considered different votes?
They are, and Richard certainly jump in. I think it would be problematic to
If we
approve
voted
one and deny the others. How do you have zoning for a PUD but no approved PUD plan, or vice versa? So the goal should be to get everything to the same finish line, so to speak.
Yes, I agree with that. You wouldn't want to create parcels that then have no zoning, or change the zoning to nothing. Which, if you change the zoning to PUD and then didn't have a PUD plan, there would effectively not be any zoning.
So we do need to vote all of it at the same time.
Correct. That is what I'm
The
saying.
answer from the beginning was different than the answer now.
Technically, yes, you can vote separately and differently on each one of them, but what that would do would
We
not.
vote on each one of them, but I was asking whether
midterm
they had to be the same
We
response.
passed one thing and we denied it.
I think that happened once, and it
did.
It's very confusing.
In a perfect world, Jeff, we just want to pass your stuff.
Okay, can we
So-
say
I
goodnight?
don't have any
again
other
to
questions
the-
I don't have any other questions for these guys.
Shall we all wave goodnight?
Good night to you.
Good night, guys. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good night.
Okay, Robert's rules or Bob's rules of order said that the chair can call for a casual break at any time.
Does it say casual?
Well, it says something like
Casual?
that.
Leisurely?
I can look it up. It's
Can we have a break for bathroom?
in something or other. Can we have a 5-minute break, please?
Thank you.
Before we get back to this? We are back from our temporary informal recess. I think we were on open space, were we not?
Yes.
And I guess, has anybody else anything to say on that?
So my question is more, I think, for staff, because in the open space, it looks like staff was comfortable based on the housing plan that was submitted, but then we had a condition that we look more thoroughly into that housing plan and the AMI related to that housing plan. So I'm wondering from staff, how did we come to kind of, it felt like a little bit of a double-edged sword, like, hey, we like this, but here's another condition. And so that's where I wanted to know how staff ended up with that in the report. I don't know if we should answer that now, or if we let Jeff, I don't know how to do that.
Well, I certainly want to, I would encourage the planning commission to hear from the applicant on how the housing plan came together, what their intentions have been, and what they put into the PUD guide as to what they're going to hold themselves to. On the one hand, Madison in her review and our review together established that they are meeting or exceeding our housing requirements. I would think we would require 20% of the units in this PUD be deed restricted for locals only or resident occupied. They're proposing 74 or 73 or whatever it ends up being. So that well exceeds our minimum requirement. The application was modified kind of at the last minute. I think it's something that we overlooked when we were going through this the last few months, just to make sure that there's the minimum 10% of the units that are for sale that are deed restricted for a price cap.
Okay.
Because this came in under the original ordinance, which requires a deed restriction of price capped for sale units at 200% AMI. That's what the applicant is committing to. I added some commentary after Madison left on vacation, and I was left to my own devices with the staff report to say there's still opportunities, and I think we kind of did the same thing with Minturn North. Whether it's working with the town and the applicant, or maybe there's other entities involved. Eagle County Housing and Development Authority has quite a bit of money. They have different programs to help. What can we do between preliminary and final plan to bolster this? If it's already meeting or exceeding our requirements, how can we make it better? And if we can't, then it still meets our requirements. And that's a standard for approval that you and the town council have to make, that it meets that. So does that answer it? It meets our requirements.
Exceeds.
And you can make a positive finding on that standard.
Okay.
But I think there's opportunities to make it better.
Okay. Yep, that was my question.
That was my next thing, consider lowering the AMI, which if we could get help to do something with it, that would be fine too. However, when I sit down and I look at the figures on what is it, 650, that's my phone, it's under the, excuse it, it'll stop. It's Amazing Grace, it's my sister. And I turned it down, I thought, but.
It's okay. I just wanted to stand up and sing.
Ignore it.
I thought it was Cheryl.
She put that in there when she put her number in. I'm glad I made you all laugh
So
tonight.
cute.
You take, what's the smallest cottage house, 600 square feet?
The micro homes are the ones that are supposed to be the smallest. The cottage homes are
Coming in under $600,000. 600 square feet is less than the half of my house. And when I pulled out my mortgage book and went to like 7%, because right now mortgage rates are about 6.50, 6.75 as of yesterday, it made the monthly payment per $100,000 of $669 or something like that, which takes the monthly payment on that to about $4,000 a month for an employee housing unit, which is really hard to swallow. So that's what I came up with. Is there anything we can do to help that out? Can we lower the AMI to 180? Maybe a little bit? Can we do what Scott says and talk to Eagle County for the housing department? But you can't consider that an employee housing. I mean, you can call it that, but I don't know too many employees that are really employee level. I mean, $25 an hour might get them up to $54,000 a year, but when 48 of that has to go to mortgage payments, and you haven't taken taxes out of that yet.
That's not HOA fees too, right? That's not HOA fees also.
Right, or gas, or electric, or heat, or any of that. So anything you could do between now and perhaps next meeting of looking at that again and seeing if there's anything you could do, that would be great. And Jeff, I know how you're doing this back and forth, but if you don't mind, I'm just gonna get these out there because it's getting late and I'd like to do it. So in parking, I'd like to see something that explains how we got to the number of parking spots we have, like how many parking spots does each of these homes get? One? You know, that kind of thing. So I'd like to see something that gives us more detail on that. I want to bring up, what are we going to do with that trailhead there? With you're putting in that whole path, do you have enough spots in this development if it turns into a Grass Creek? I mean, people are going to know more about that trail now if that goes in that way, and you're going to have a lot of cars parking there. So how are we going to what kind of suggestions can you come up with on that?
Okay.
You mean the Marvin Creek Trailhead, which is not on the property, so.
No, right, but he's putting the entrance to it here and running it all along here, so people are gonna come in there, and there's not a lot of parking out there.
We'll address it.
No, the
I'll
entrance.
answer in a minute.
Yeah, you know what I'm talking about, that's what I'm worried about, is showing them how to come in there. If there's trail parking back by Martin Creek, then show me where it comes in. The other one I have is, I think you need to you have 31 units in the parking lot for the apartment building. I think 2 of those units need to equal 1 handicap. If you read in your book about the types of people that can apply for those units, one of them says, if it's a handicapped person who has worked in the valley for so long, etc. Your handicap unit, the closest one is over across from those 2 cottage homes. That's like 250 feet, and there's a down ramp and there's no door in at that level. They're gonna have to, if somebody is handicapped and gets one of those, they're gonna have to go in through the garage, and luckily you have an elevator. But you need to be able to allow them access to a handicap spot in there to be able to make that work. Or what if somebody comes to visit that's handicapped? Your handicap spots are all the way out. There's some over by the commercial building, and there's some across from the 2 homes in the middle there, cottage homes. So please look into that. The other thing that worries me, so I've talked parking, I've talked AMI. I'd like to see just a little bit more of pictures of what you're talking these buildings will look like, and the colors and the charts. I love what you did with the big building. The color you chose makes it minimize the size of it. And I love the fact that you're taking tones that blend into that mountainside, because I think that will also diminish the size of the property considering how dense it's going to be. And then one more thing, snow removal. I have a hard time figuring out where you're gonna put all the snow. And can you answer one question? Along the highway, in front of your property, is that a sidewalk?
Yes.
Will that be a sidewalk?
Yes.
Who's responsible for that?
The town.
It's the towns.
Why?
That's how,
It's in the right of way.
yeah, it's in the
Well,
It's not
how
on the
does
front.
that relate to private homes on the streets that have to shovel in front of their property?
That's the town's problem, not.
I think the only people that have to show on the sidewalk, correct me if I'm wrong, is the 100 block.
Is the what?
The 100 block.
I have to shovel in front of my house or I get a ticket.
Pine Street and Boulder Street have to shovel.
I think that everybody's supposed to shovel within 24 hours.
I think so. I mean, we need to look that up in the
Yeah,
code.
then
just
then
to
it would be,
clarify.
if that's the case, then it would be an issue for the HOA.
Right, okay, but I wanted to make, I want that clarified, I guess is what I'm saying. I don't want, if that's not something the town has to do, if it is something the town has to do, that's fine, but it's a question I have because there are parts of town, even when I was in downtown Minturn, before the town started doing it, the landowner was doing it. And the town just started doing it when we got that machine.
Yeah.
So, thank you.
Yeah.
That was another one. And how, according to the lines on this plan, which again I think was on this page 7, the way it shows the truck plowing out, what is it gonna have to do? Go down to the bottom of the apartment building, turn around in there, and then turn around and go up to push it out? Because your lines are reversed, they're going up from there. Do you know what I mean? Can we bring that up, Madison, please? Was that on there?
You're talking about the ramp into the parking garage?
Yes.
It's
I-
proposed to be snow melted.
That's proposed, oh, well, that's good.
Most of the roads are.
Most aren't. Most of them aren't.
Makes it easier.
And then do,
So that, of course, would eliminate how much snow you have to store also.
Just a reminder, I don't know this is necessarily written into the code, but I think we've tried, and I've certainly heard it from the planning commission. Awesome that you're proposing to snow melt, but what if your snow melt boilers go down and we have no snow melt and you have to push it somewhere, right? I've heard those kind of questions or analyses from the planning commission in the past.
And wasn't there something else where there was a snow melt that somebody got into it because of an environmental issue? About the heat it causes or something? Oh,
No, there's always been a back and forth between the energy
that was
expended
it, that was it,
to-
thank you.
melt the snow, the gas, the natural gas, versus the diesel fuel that you have to burn in your loader to plow the snow and all the what's going into the environment and what's the delta.
And so, you know, as we reviewed this over the last year and a half, I think we may have started with, that's awesome that you're proposing the snow belt, but we still want you to show on your plan set snow storage areas. So they now have a snow removal plan and showing snow storage areas. I think Jeff Spinell had some concerns about the placement of the snow storage areas and whether the area itself was realistic or not. I think we had similar concerns. Those are things that I think can be refined,
I do
but
too.
And very similar to Boulder Street. You know, there are properties and areas where sometimes you just have to go in there and pick it up and with a loader or a bobcat or whatever it is that your snow removal person uses and put it in a truck and take it out because you don't have a
But
place
that
to
would be
put it.
HOA also.
Correct.
So I'd like a little more clarification on that, please.
I wasn't here on the earlier proposal, so did you ever try geothermal? You looked at that?
We have not looked at any geothermal opportunities on this property.
Because I know we looked, the fire district looked at it on both the new stations. One, we found that we had to go too deep. The other one was workable.
It would be worth looking into, you know, we have not looked into any of whether that was a viable, you know, for snow melt specifically.
Yeah, it was for snow melt
Yeah.
specifically, yeah.
So I guess what I am asking then, I'm sorry, do.
That's it, that was all right. I wasn't sure if you had looked at it or not.
No.
I'm asking for a little more information on landscaping, more of something you can get a visual idea of, not necessarily specifics here, there, and everywhere. I'm asking for more thought to the parking, a little more information on that. And I'm asking you to look at the snow removal a little more so that we have some better idea and about the housing costs, the AMI idea. Well, if there's anything else we can do to help those units stay to more I mean, I hate to see you have that and then have 6 people living in a unit to make it work. If one of them's mom or dad can afford to give them the money down or something, you know,
Yeah, economics.
that's, you're not gonna have the parking for that. So let's see what we can do up front to maybe alleviate the situation. Thank you.
Do you want me to answer each person individually, or do we go through them all and then answer them all later?
Let's go through them all and then answer.
Answer them later.
Okay.
You can even, answer them next week.
No, I have a lot of slides that answer a lot of these tonight.
Okay.
So my questions in addition to Lynn, so I had the AMI question also, but it was more, it felt like we had a condition that conflicted with staff recommendation. So I wanted clarity on both of those, but then also the AMI and what, if we could get it lower. So that's covered, snow removal is covered. My other question was a little bit more details on the rustic trail. There's language in here that it's not a sidewalk. I was trying to understand, is it like the trail that's like in the town of Vale that goes in between? That is considered like a right of way. So that was clarification on what that rustic trail was and if there was any comparable examples around. Let me just make sure I got everything, sorry. But of course, my computer does not like me right now. So the piece, we've already talked about the densities. So the only other question was the traffic study. Because I know it's like, and this is something also maybe for staff, is like these traffic studies are very specific to like, is it just town, like, it's going out onto the highway, the traffic study, and it's just that piece of the highway, but it's not looking at like the on-ramps or additional traffic coming through. It's just really specific to this, correct? Okay. Then I don't have any additional questions on traffic. That's it for me.
Daryl, anything else?
No, because
All those lovely notes?
a lot of these notes, some of them been answered, some of them I know will be addressed shortly here or in the future here. But yeah, there's quite a few things I have, but
You're okay right now?
I'm okay right now.
Michael?
Yeah, I basically addressed all my concerns last time I was talking. I think that I believe that, and I'm not quite sure, I believe that Jeff's AMI is probably the old AMI that we had, and as far as the snow storage goes, I don't know if he's required to go with our new percentage because those changed since his application was submitted, and at some point, Jeff, and you don't have to answer it now. The actual how, like at some point, you can explain to me if there's an on lane or people just stop at a stop sign and wait to get out in Highway 24. I saw that you had a letter with CDOT. I don't know if that had all been completed yet, but I'm good.
Okay.
Thank you.
Eric?
You're good.
I think you guys covered it. HOA, affordable, rustic trail, snow storage, artificial turf. Can you clarify me in that?
Yeah, one of the, on the part of the report where I was going down the rabbit hole of dividing SFEs into percentages of SFEs, it came from looking into other municipalities, other towns around the state that have gone like super water conservative, and Salida being one, Grand Junction, around Mesa University, a lot of homes where you see xeriscaped areas that are stone, decorative stone, little super drought tolerant plants that don't need a lot of water, and then these small little astroturf areas where they can take their dog out and do their thing, similar to what you see at DIA. And rather than what you see in some other developments where they have big green lawns that they're watering all the time for their dog to use, that end up with big burn spots all over from the urine. But it's just a method of offering some green without having to water it, or using a lot less water to clean up after your dog than keeping the lawn green. So the idea was that the areas where that makes the most sense is around the apartment building and around the, potentially around the fire hall, and around the micro homes. So that was one of the topics that came up with the micro homes of trying to Lynn's point, of trying to build a unit that is as small as it can be and it still works for someone. But then again, not charging them for, or not having them buy the land around their house. So in a lot of urban areas, there are what Richard was calling patio homes. So it's kind of like a condo where you own your building that you're sitting on, the pad, but you don't own any of the land around you. All of the land around the micro homes is proposed to be public common area maintained by the HOA. And rather than, even though on our open space plan it was shown as green, it could be very similar to what I just described in Salida, where it's got some green areas that are astroturf and some areas that are just so the idea is just to keep the cost as low as possible, because you're not having that person buy that 5 feet around the building.
Amanda has one more.
Which I think you kind of alluded to, but there was some energy offset comments, and it's more that the total energy offset hadn't been finalized, I guess. And so just if you could speak to, that, and what else?
If I could tag along on that, I think, staff kind of picked up on that. It's in the staff report. It's clearly stated that at least the apartment building is envisioned as being like 100% offset or net zero. You've got solar planned for that, and the idea would be to generate everything you need for that building. But it wasn't necessarily clear how that's going to translate into the rest of the development. So I think that
Will
was,
those solar panels be will you be able to store that and use that energy to offset the microhome's energy, things, because that's a pretty big panels.
I can address it. So the solar panels that are proposed to go on the apartment building are specific to offsetting the energy for the units in the building, as well as the site lighting around the whole. So like the lights when you drive in,
Yep.
all the LED lights that would be lighting up the driveways, the parking areas, all that power is supposed to come from that solar array.
Got it.
That solar array is proposed to be, I gotta get the number exactly right. It's 180 kilowatts. And it may grow to like 200. There's another area in the building that we might be able to get a little bit more, but it's a really substantial solar array. It's basically the entire roof. The energy offset that's supposed to provide to that building, because the building is not supposed to, is really, other than the snow melt boilers that would keep some of the driveway down into the parking area or the parking garage melted in the wintertime. The whole building there's not going to be gas cooking, gas stoves. The whole building is going to run on electric heat, air conditioning, and lights, as well as potentially having some EV chargers too. how that applies to phase, what was in the staff report is how it applies to future phases. That solar array is not for future phases. What part of future phases, like the roofs of the townhomes, could they have solar on them to help offset? Sure. But it's so far into the future as to what solar panels, what rebates are going to look like, what mortgage rates are going to look like. We have no idea what those future phases and what the energy offsets would be for that. And honestly, I don't really know what the relevance is, as it relates to your review of it. It's not a condition or a requirement. It's just something that we put in there as part of the meeting the criteria is coming up with new, green and more sustainable practices. So, what hopefully you guys understand is that we only have water to do phase one. And so really all phase one consists of is the apartments. And so the micro homes, the townhomes, the fire station, there's no water. And so we can get into the weeds about all of it, but there's no guarantees that we're ever going to have water. So I just want you guys to keep in mind that, thinking about the future of energy offset for phase 3 is a little premature, I think.
I disagree.
Okay.
Because we are being asked to entitle an entire property, and the PUD guide sets forth how that property in 5 years, 20 years will get developed once there's water. And so if you're making representations that the project is envisioned to be 100% offset in certain places in your narrative, and then other places we're just focusing on the apartment building, I'm just saying either say that the only thing we're committing to in the PUD guide and any other documentation that's going to go along with your entitlement, this is it. This is our only commitment. Everything else is...
Does it say in there that we're going to be 100% energy offset for the whole
does.
project?
I thought for the other phases and the other tracks it says, or somewhere in there it says that, the intention is that things will be pre-plumbed, pre-wired for solar, so solar-ready construction, which is a great representation to make. Mm-hmm. And if that's the end of it, then fine, right? Because I understand what you're saying. Mm-hmm. But we're being asked to entitle the entire thing and consider the whole thing. And so I just, for what it's worth, I think it just needs to be clear. If it's not, if it wasn't clear to us, I don't know if it's not clear to the Planning Commission, but if that's all we're talking about, then.
Yeah, I guess I would just ask for some direction as to what, if we're saying that we're going to require that if a building gets built, that it gets wired so that you could have an EV charger. You have to have the electrician wire the house that way to make sure that it can accept an EV charger if you wanted to put one in. Or you wire it so that it could accept solar panels on the roof. But to go and say that that a future townhome has to have a solar panel on the roof, I don't think we say that anywhere.
I think that from what I heard from Scott, I think that you can wire for whatever you want. I think that if you just say you're just doing it for that building, for all intents and purposes of whatever's, you can.
Yeah, if there's some discrepancy in what we said, I'd like to figure it out.
I have to apologize because reading through all this, and it's getting late, I remember somewhere in here, there's something being said that the electricians would put the circuit in for an EV charger?
Correct.
Or something like that?
Correct.
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay,
So
thank you.
under sustainability in the PUD guide, which again is the document that's going to regulate zoning and development of each track, no matter when it gets developed, it says each unit is required to include solar readiness rough-in for future solar, which is a great commitment.
Yep.
So that sets in stone
Yep.
in the future at a minimum That's what's expected.
Right.
I think what I was maybe picking up on, or maybe Madison was picking up on, that in the narrative and in the PUD guide, there's some information about the 100% offset. Maybe it's just my confusion. Just asking the question, does that commitment to 100% offset apply to other future development tracks, or is it just tract A and the apartment building? It sounds like it's just tract A and the apartment building at this point.
It is.
So,
and that's really, practically speaking, that's about all that I think you could commit to, given the economy and given the fact that until there's water, we really don't know what the future of those other 3 tracks are going to end up. We're here to say, I mean, we've even gone to the point where the plat note was recommended to be future development parcels, and now it seems like we wanted to say less and just kind of call out it's commercial and this is residential. So that's the moving target of the unorthodoxness of not having the water to do all the phases. And so making sure that you guys understand that what's in the PUD guide for sustainability and for energy offset, it only applies to phase 1 and specifically only to the apartment building.
Will there be more than one HOA then as this gets developed further?
There will be potentially more, yes.
And theirs might be a little different.
No, there are covenants and language that talk about the hierarchy of what future HOAs are going to be working under, but there's a master top of the spear that is in charge of everything.
the other aspect to this, if the PUD guide gets approved as it's written now, and it at least requires kind of pre-wiring of homes in the future or buildings, someone 10 years from now could come in and say, I want to do net zero in this building. Great. Right? Or whatever the newest technology is in 10 years. So it doesn't preclude that. Just sets kind of a minimum bar of, at a minimum, at least they're going to be wired and designed for solar.
Well, and it's really just kind of a function of where we're at today. Like you said, I mean, it's kind of like buying a computer, and the minute you buy it and it's got a 200 gig hard drive, and then 6 months from now, that's half of what everybody else can get for half the price. Right? So, there's more power in my watch than I used to have on my college computer. So
I think I still have 100.
yeah, I mean, it's all just the sustainability of what we're proposing and trying to write in there. We're not trying to paint ourselves into a corner that's going to be like irrelevant in 2 years. So if there's if there's more questions, I'll take them. Otherwise, I'd like to start answering some. Yeah.
Okay with everybody?
Yes.
You already answered the energy one.
Yeah, well, I'm picking the low-hanging fruit. I guess, the elephant in the room, the AMI is a tough one. So I know that more than one of you had questions about the AMI. So let's just talk about that. I fully support obviously trying to get as many bodies in this town as we can living here permanently. I don't and have never wanted a bedroom community that serves Vail Resorts with a bunch of lights that are out on Halloween. I want people that work here and live here. So we're trying to provide as much of that as we can. That being said, given the economy, and you've heard this from other applicants that have stood up here before, I fully support working with the staff to realize these goals of reducing the AMI and reducing the price cap. The problem is, I can't tell you what the interest rate's going to be in 6 months or a year or 2 years or 5 years when we get water. And if and when the day comes that I can build the 600 square foot unit, I don't know. I really can't tell you what that's going to look like. And I also can't tell you what the cost of construction is going to be. So the minute I try to put a number on it and say, I'm gonna try to make the micro homes down the road be 130% of AMI. How realistic is that, to believe? And the reality is that without, and Scott, you're the expert in the room on this because you sit on a lot of affordable housing boards, but without the support of local and federal assistance to either give some affordable land, donate it like they did in Vail, or provide down payment assistance, or provide some kind of a subsidy that says that we're going to try to bring it down. It's very, very difficult to try to fit that square peg in the round hole, right? Like you said, it's 600 square feet. You talk to any realtor in the valley, and they're going to tell you that the cost of talk to Michael, or the cost of building is $300-400 a square foot. Cost of land in the valley is $400 or $500 a square foot in turn. It's really, really challenging to throw a dart and then say you're going to meet that dart when you don't have any other municipalities or federal assistance helping anybody out, right? So the path, in our opinion, to making that a realistic goal is, and has always been, specifically with regards to the apartments, has always been to try to find a large employer in the valley who already subsidizes to their employees. Vail Health, right? They're at the top of I've been talking to them for a long time. The chicken and the egg part, as you're sitting in my shoes, is I can't really have a real conversation with anyone from Vail Health until I have a real fully approved project that has real vested rights, that I can go to the bank and get a construction loan to build something. Then they go, okay, this is real. We can really talk about it. Otherwise, it just sounds great, but let me know when you're approved, right? That being said, there are a number of large employers in the valley who subsidize millions of dollars a year in rent to their employees. They are the kinds of people who would like that apartment building, because they also have, if they're subsidizing 60 employees and they're renting 60 houses or 60 condos or 60 apartments, they're dealing with 35 or 40 landlords. They would be happy to have 16 units that they could either rent at a lower rate and get subsidies because they're a nonprofit, or they would buy the building and then lease it back to themselves. And there's a lot of ways where that starts to work for them, right? When it comes to for sale housing and price capping something, that's a pretty challenging thing. And I've heard other people in the town come up and just say, forget about it, you can't do it here. We're still trying to do it. Otherwise, I wouldn't try to offer to build a 600 square foot house, because it would make more sense to just build a bigger building with lots of units in it. The point of the micro home specifically was to try to offer first-time home buyer something they could afford, because nowhere else in the valley can you own a house that size. Because there's lot minimum sizes. Who can afford a 5,000 square foot lot in Minturn, even if it's a tear down? No one, right? Nobody in the affordable category. So to that point, I would love to keep working with the town to find help, but the reality is that the town doesn't have a lot of money, and short of you know, when the day comes that we actually have some real vested rights, that I could go to Eagle County Housing Authority and say, what can you guys do to help? Or, you know, there are maybe other federal assistance programs that come along or whatever, but today, there's not a lot of help. So I guess, you know, my dream has always been to try to just build something smaller or offer something. The smaller size means smaller price tag. So I'm trying to offer a part of the project that at least has something that someone could own versus rent, because we all know that a 3-bedroom unit rents for about $4,000. That's not very cheap either. So that's kind of my answer to where that is. And so we're really trying to go above and beyond by limiting the units so that other people from Denver can't rent them. That's really what our goal was with trying to offer as many units as we can to locals only, whether it's rent or own. And does that answer everybody's question? Or no?
And so business counts as that locals only. So when you talk about like Vale Health or somebody in the apartments, is that the same for the purchase, that they would also, like if a business purchase, because this is what's going on elsewhere in communities, like so if a business purchases one of those micro units, they could then lease it to their employee and it would still count as locals only, as they were only if they were leasing to their
I guess
employee.
they would have to prove that the body that they're putting in there
I just want to make sure.
is going to be working here in the
Isn't
valley.
that being done in Edwards right now?
It's being done everywhere.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that was counted as it. Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, that's my intention.
Yep.
I mean, there was a time, not to get off topic, but there was a time when I was like, you know, just thinking about trying to offer as many units on the property as we could for just lift operators and, you know, theoretically almost bringing in like new versions of trailer homes, which you see in other ski towns. But since again, we don't have the water to do anything besides phase 1, which is just the apartments, the 16 apartments. That's all we have the water for. So the goal would be to either sell the building to an employer that's going to put their own employees in there and subsidize that to keep the rent lower, or we keep the building and we keep the rents as low as we can keep them to meet the criteria of the town, as well as make sure that those people are living and working, you know, here in the valley.
It doesn't relate, but what's the approximate size of those units?
They're like 1,200 square feet.
So they are like 2-bedroom?
Yeah.
At least.
Some are 3. So does that answer everybody's questions with AMI, or do we?
I just encourage you to find out whatever you can.
Yeah. I think let's go to, can you pull up those slides again? Let's talk about parking. Actually, no, let's quickly just look at some designs of buildings, because then you wanted to look at some examples of some other things.
That would be a good one too.
Let's go down to like page, I think it starts around, yep, let's start there, okay. This is, we're gonna scroll through a few. Let's go back up one. Okay, you've seen the apartment building. Go down. This is,
Is that the retail?
no, this is an example of what possibly the townhomes might look like. So like a 5-plex. 1 unit, 2 units, 3, 4, 5. And it's similar to the building that's adjacent to it, which is a 3-plex. This is a triplex. There's a 2-bedroom apartment here, a 4-bedroom house here, and a 4-bedroom house here. And these were the renderings that were done prior, way back when.
Those were in the conceptual.
They were in the conceptual. So let's go down. So that's kind of an example of a townhome. These are also some examples of some condo townhome type units up on Main Street that were done, more of a little more industrial, a little more kind of like the International building behind the saloon. Let's go to the next one. Similar, these are kind of more realistic versions of that, in that vein of the International building. Kind of twofold, more like retail. This is kind of like an example of what could be up on Main Street, but before we were talking about the fire department, but some grade level, Main Street level commercial and some second floor residential. Let's go to the next one. Same thing, kind of more old mountain town looking, grade level retail, commercial, second floor, industrial warehouse apartments, upstairs, loft apartments, same thing. Lofts up here, grade level, retail or commercial, same thing, different version. These last ones are all kind of just what concepts of what the commercial up on Main Street. That one was a little more Breckenridge. All right, this is more an example of the cottage lots. So 2-car garage, living above, maybe a little bit of living space behind. This is 25 feet wide by about 35 feet long, and that's about what would fit on those cottage lots. And these are an example of microhomes. Daryl, you're familiar with this end of town. These are what I call, this is where the inspiration came from. These were built for the teachers back in Minturn Middle School back in the day. But this is kind of where the idea started for the microhomes.
Do you know how much square foot those ones are?
Those are probably more like 400.
Yeah, that'd be about right.
Got it, thank you.
These two up here are a little more, but the 3 on the river. And this is not that big of a piece of property. That's probably, I don't know, Daryl, what, maybe a 6,000 square foot piece of land right there.
Yeah, I would say about 3/4 of an acre.
Mm-hmm. And there's 5 units, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right, all in this little area, and they all have to park up on Main Street. This is across from the Steammaster building at the south end of town.
No.
And inside, don't those have like a loft area in those?
Yeah.
Symbols do, I know that.
Yeah, and so these are all kind of micro home concept ideas as far as scale and size, and this is kind of the same thing. They've got super small footprint, we were never envisioning a tiny home that was built somewhere else and just brought in and popped down necessarily. We were always kind of thinking of it as more of a use local people to frame them, stick frame them, and build it like a real house. Slab on grade, no basement, just a slab with a 1 story or maybe a 1.5 story.
You're a Buena Vista person, the little tiny homes behind the hotel down in South Main, those are wonderful.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. These are all just little concept of what some of those micro homes could be. This one kind of what you're saying, it utilizes, let's go back one, just 1 slab. So you'd have those 8 little pads, you'd pour the slab, and then this had a lot of you know, it was a cool idea just to have like one roof over the top that gave you a little bit of extra space, even though the interior space is a little smaller, you get a little more. You still own, like, and everything, like we were saying before, is out here is all common area. So you really only own this. And then the next one was just what we were just talking about, which is these are new trailer homes for all intent purposes. You can see the trailer tongue. These are all Aspen Ski Company employee housing. And I don't know if I put the next one that showed the whole row. Yeah. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I think there's like 12 on each side. And those are all owned and, you know, I don't think any of them are lived in yet. They're brand new. They come from a company in state. I think they're built down south of Denver. We're not proposing that, but I did put it in there as just a future idea of how to get more employee housing in town. I don't think we are allowed mobile homes anymore.
No.
So that's some examples of designs of buildings that Lynn, you were asking for. And that's really, other than a fire station, which you kind of know what all the new fire stations in the valley sort of look like. The one in Avon is probably the newest one.
Yes, yeah.
And then Edwards after that maybe was the next one.
Westvale, isn't there?
The one in Westvale, yeah, I think the one in Westvale might have been built before the one in Edwards.
Oh, yeah, it's been there a while,
Yeah.
but I mean, it hasn't been.
That's an example of each of the products, let's say, that are proposed for all the tracts. Let's go next to, let's talk about the rustic trail. Let's go back to the slides and maybe up around page 6 or there's the commercial building. Let's not do parking yet. Okay, so this dotted line is what we're calling the rustic trail. And to clarify, Lynn, we're not proposing that this is some new trailhead by any stretch.
No, it's not, but I think it will become much more.
It's,
For years, I have thought it has been a hidden part of Minturn for locals who go there. I think it will make it much more popular, and that's what worries me about the parking.
well, I mean, yeah, I mean, really, I think, let's zoom out a little bit.
I mean, we all have seen what's happened to Grouse Creek since COVID.
Yeah,
It's like
Yep.
down this way, there's actually.
yeah, I mean, if people are trying to get to,
Is there, that's what I'm saying, is there a trailhead there that people can get to park?
Yeah,
it's it's like 2 blocks south, though.
yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
The entry is right next to Mrs.
It's across from the Weston Snowboard
Yeah.
spot.
It's past Sibley.
Yeah.
Pass
This is
Frank's.
Esparce.
Pass Frank's.
Yeah.
Esparce.
so are you thinking that this trail will be just for the owners and?
No, it's meant to be a connector, so if people are walking from town on the sidewalk all the way down, and they don't want to keep walking on the sidewalk because right now the sidewalk ends here,
Battle
Yeah.
Trade Post.
literally, like right in front of Joe's place. So you're at this is the start of the 1,000 block. This is the end of the 900 block. And Joe and Etta's 2 little log cabins are right here. And the sidewalk project ended basically right there. They're dirt in front of their house. And the second phase of this is, they've been talking about that at the council meetings. but there's talk about it not continuing on this side and maybe jumping and only continuing south on the other side of the road. But the idea is that it's just a connector so that if somebody wanted to come and once they, like to your point, once they get familiar with it, if they wanted to start walking and follow this trail to get to the Forest Service, that we would be providing a way for them to get to that. If we scroll down, there's some pictures of what, Amanda, you were asking, what is it going to look like?
Yeah.
So it's really supposed to be more like the mini mile.
Okay.
It's just supposed to be a very rustic, 2-3 foot wide dirt. Here you go. So if can we zoom out a little bit? So, this is similar to the topography of what's back there behind at the very back of the property, not up coming off of Main Street. It's all flat. But once you get to the trees and the hillside, you're going to be in this kind of more topography and this kind of more topography versus what would get you from the sidewalk. So you'd be walking south, you'd make a left into the property on the trail. There would be, a little signage, and then you would get on, and there's not a ton of space behind those houses either. So it's just a way for you to get back. And then once you get to the rear of the property, you're going to be on a very rustic trail that's built by hand. It's not going to be any kind of ADA accessible or anything like that. It's going to be very similar to just any other hiking trail in town.
I've only done Martine Creek once, and it's been a long time. But what I see possibly happening, or if Martine Creek parking is overflowing, people going back and trying to park in one of your parking lots to get to that entrance.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you go, we'll get into it with the parking in a second, but if and when the day comes that this project is fully developed, every parking space, is pretty full for the residents and the people that are coming to work, let's say, or the firemen up front or whatever. So they're going to have to police themselves as far as if they see a problem and there's a bunch of people coming in. But I personally think that if they're trying to get to Martine Creek and hike Martine Creek and go up as high as they can go, they're going to go to the real trailhead. Because this is not.
That trail, I'm sorry,
No.
that trail is on your property?
Yes.
So basically, like where we're looking at the part of the building, it's gonna be, he's got like 5 feet back.
Yeah, let's go. If you want to go back to the site plan.
So it'll fit in that 5 foot area. So like it's gonna be a.
There's a lot of space back here,
Yeah.
but it's steep.
Yeah.
The other piece is like Martine Creek to get to it from the other road.
Once you get here,
I'm not worried about the trail happening. I'm happy you're doing that. I'm worried about the issues that can develop because of parking.
I think it's gonna be used mostly, if that place was fully built out, there's probably gonna be like 100-something people that live there. So they're gonna hike all over the place.
yeah, I mean, it's first of all, it's not very long. So it's really
Well, it
just
looks like
kind
it's
of
like 200 or 300 feet.
it's probably more than that, but it's not like
Well, the side.
you're taking some big hike or anything. It's really just an amenity to connect. It's really for connection. It's to connect the sidewalk, the new sidewalk project, to get to Martine Creek in let's say a more fun way than just walking through the parking lot, which they could also do. I mean, this isn't a private gated community. It's just kind of, to me, this is like if I was 14 years old, this is where I'd go. I wouldn't go here. I would go, the sneaky way. So does that answer your question?
Well, it kind of does. So like my question, I guess, is now going to be focused on staff. So in your report, and we don't have it as a condition, it's not included as a condition or a variance, but indicate that in like I think the PUD guide and narrative, that we should probably not reference the rustic trail as a public amenity. And I would tend to now really agree with that based on what I'm seeing. So like I would ask for that change to be updated in the PUD guide and narrative, just based on that. I think and I don't go into details on the pages that it's referenced as a public improvement or amenity, but it doesn't feel like it is based on that. I was thinking more you're building out like what is in the town of Vail, and that's not what this is.
No, again, that's why I kind of used the mini mile as a reference. Like,
Yeah.
it's going to be rustic and it's going to be a hiking trail. It's just going to be made by hand and it's going to have to be maintained by the HOA people to keep it from eroding or whatever. Like any trail needs a
I would
little
make
bit
it
of.
a secret too.
Well, but to that point, like Devin Duvall would be the first person to stand up here from CPW and say, that they want to close as many rogue trails on Forest Service than public land as they want to keep people on the real trails and close as many of the rogue trails as they can. This is a way to keep
A rogue trail.
a rogue trail from crossing over that boundary of, because it's
already a rogue trail. There's a rogue trail back there already. Like
it's a little more to the south.
Yeah.
Like you can get from VSSA to Martine Creek behind the Forest Service housing on a rogue trail that they are not happy about.
there's also, when you come down, there's one that also links to this property back there too.
Yeah.
Yeah, already.
Jeff, just
And
to clarify, there's no fencing proposed along your property line. To your point, when CPW looks at stuff like this, usually they or like an open space department wants to limit the point of access. And right now you've got this trail kind of winding around the backside of the property, which could lead to rogue trails, just wherever people want to go. They're not going to necessarily stick to the trail that hugs the buildings. So that might be something you look at in the next iteration I don't know how you control that other than fencing and signage.
Can we zoom out a little bit?
And again, my point was just to confirm whether it was truly a public amenity. I don't think it
It
is.
may
so I
be
think I
a
agree
private
with
amenity and a,
that.
No, not the way it's talking.
So there is a fence along this side of the property now that is this person's fence. And certainly, whether or not they want to keep that, in the future, or if we want to add something here, if, they don't maintain it very well. So putting a fence through this topography would be challenging.
let me ask you this, is there magic to winding it along the western property boundary, or could it just access public land right at the end of that existing fence? Go
What,
straight
here?
Yeah, just go straight up and that's
Here? This is private.
that is?
That's Frank Medina's property.
Oh, gotcha. So you're trying to get over to,
I'm trying to get people from the sidewalk to Martine Creek
yeah,
and keep them off of Frank's property.
right.
And either side.
Mhm.
Yeah, exactly.
Got it. Okay, well, just something to consider.
Yeah, and again, it's proposed as a amenity, not as a problem. Like
Who's on the
dog.
other side,
On which side?
where the fence is put in?
Here?
Yeah.
Frank, I think. I think this is his access road to get up to his property. And I think actually this triangle is part of his property and this part might be Forest Service. I think that's how that works.
But that property basically is vacant of buildings. There's Frank Medina's house.
Up here? Yeah, that's like heavy timber and super steep and nothing there.
And the only reason I'm saying that is because if somebody were to come in and put a trail path within 5 feet of their property line, and my line was on the other side, that would bother me with all those people going through.
No, I mean, there's
But
a
what
mobile
you're
home
saying is
here.
There's nothing there.
No, there's a mobile home here and there's a seemingly condemned house that no one lives in here.
Condemned house.
This is not really buildable. It's like this is never going to get built on.
Go hiking with me up there. You'll see.
Next summer.
I mean, obviously, the easiest, quickest way to get there would be from here. Go behind the townhomes and then sneak over there. But this, like, again, it seems more fun for
Us
people.
teenagers.
Yeah.
What's next?
Um,
You want to keep going?
Or can we, it's 9:00. Can we call it?
That's up to you guys. I don't know what the next item is, or
Well, since I am asking for something visual to show me on landscaping and some numbers on paper to show me on parking,
I have parking.
numbers of how that is, I still would like.
Well, and to your, I guess,
Michael and I agree on the fact that there's a lot of hanging things out there that we'd like to see a little resolution done yet.
can I address parking?
Yes, please.
So on your plans, I'm going to show you two things. These little circles are numbers of parking spots,
Right, I counted those.
right? So there, if we scroll down, there's a parking chart. Okay, here. These are the uses for each tract, let's call it. So the 16-unit apartment building on tract A. I'll just go one at a time. The 16-unit apartments on tract A are required to have 35 parking spaces per the code as we've interpreted it. And this is, if there's a problem with my interpretation of it, then obviously now is the time that we hash that out. But 16 units of apartments per the code, the way it's interpreted is that it's supposed to have 2 spaces per dwelling unit plus 1 guest space per 5 units. So 16 units times 2 is 32. And then 5 for 1 guest space for every 5 would be an extra 3. That gets you to 35.
Well, but bike handicap could be considered a guest.
You can consider the handicap, the handicap spaces are, could be considered, wherever you want
Or
to.
if the handicapped person took the handicapped spot,
Yeah.
then that would open up the spot for a guest.
What's proposed in the parking garage itself is 31 spaces. So obviously we need 4 more spaces
There.
somewhere else for the apartments, right? So the commercial building next door, according to its code, is required to have, let's scroll down a little bit. A little more. 1 space per 500 square feet for the first 10,000 square feet, and 1 space per 5,000 square feet for the remaining area. So if we go back up,
We got some apartments on top of there.
right, the apartments have their own code, which is 2 per dwelling up to 3 bedrooms, which is 6. So the 7,354 square feet of commercial plus the 3 apartments above requires 21 spaces. We have 11. 6 of them are in front of the building and 5 are, go ahead.
35 for the apartment building, 21 for the other?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
The cottages are required to have 4, 2 spaces per dwelling unit up to 3 bedrooms. So 2 units, those need 4. The micro homes, actually, let's just stop there because basically everything below that is not in phase 1. Okay, so let's talk about phase 1, which requires 76 spaces. I'm providing for 77 spaces in phase 1. When we get to phase 2, the micro homes needing one parking space per unit is 8. So I'm proposing 8, I've got 8. The 22, or the townhomes, there's 10 units of townhomes. Those need 2 spaces per dwelling unit, plus 1 guest space per 5 dwelling units, same as the apartment building. So those require 22 spaces. I have 40. The commercial fire station, that's kind of, until we know how many extra bedrooms are upstairs or if there's apartments, it's a little tough to know, but I applied kind of a conservative number of 16. A 5,000 square foot fire station would need 10. 2 spaces per dwelling unit, up to 3 bedrooms would need 6. So I said I need 16 spaces. I've got 22 spaces. So if the whole 100% of the project was built out, I'm interpreting the code to say that I need 106 spaces. I'm providing for 125 spaces. I think, Lynn, to your point, like, where are those spaces in relation to the buildings? Does someone have to walk too far to park their car?
Well, I think I need to go back and count spaces because I didn't count that many.
Right. It's a little challenging, and we can dig deep into it because there's a couple spots on the plan that have, like on the commercial building, for instance, where there's covered parking with spaces underneath.
Like for what we're talking about currently, like the 16 units in the commercial building, do you have any screen that shows us the parking just for those, so we have an idea of where?
Yeah, if we go back to here, so if there's 31 spaces in here,
yeah,
and there's another 6 here, that's what we say, that's 37.
5, that's 37.
That's 37 spaces. Then there's 2 handicaps here, but there's another 5 spaces here. So with your overflow and all of that, like you have, 31, 37, 42 spaces, like in relative proximity to the apartment building.
right.
The commercial building has a couple of its own spaces here, as well as a couple of them across the street as well. The 8 for the micro homes are unique to itself. The townhomes have 2-car garages, so there's 2 in the garage and 2 in the driveway. So each townhome has 4 spaces. So there's 40 spaces right there, or parking for 40 cars.
And all that, Jeff, that we could just hit on just quickly, lightly. All that, like if that was completely built out, or even in this current phase, upon approval, all those people enter and exit the same road is what I thought I saw.
Correct. They come in here, they go around, and they go into the parking structure. They come out of the parking structure, and they go out.
You need a stoplight. No, thank you.
Well, again, that was when the day comes. I'm kind of crossing out from parking into traffic, so let's put that aside for one sec.
Go ahead.
But the parking, let's say for tract D for the townhomes, if and when the day comes that there's water for it and it gets built, all the parking for it is inside of itself. It's got twice as much parking as it needs for the use that's proposed. What's going to happen if we could go to, if you looked at just the phase 1 plan, all of these spaces are getting constructed in phase 1. All of these are getting constructed in phase 1. All of these are getting constructed in phase 1. And all of this is getting constructed in phase 1, even though these buildings are not, these buildings are not, and these buildings are not. So there's going to be so much more parking, especially here. I mean, essentially all this parking is for this fire station or this commercial building, and it may never happen. but we have to put it in because it's part of the infrastructure. So the cost to put it in is included in the estimate of probable cost. All this curb and gutter, all of this parking, all of this parking, all of this parking, and all of this parking is all part of phase one. So there's, in my opinion, and what we're showing on that chart is more than ample parking to support all of the development in phase one. And then when the day comes to phase two, phase three, there is ample parking for all of that as well. These two cottages have 2-car garages plus two parking spaces in their driveways. So these can handle their own parking and their guests.
Okay,
Does
we're
that answer
going-
your question?
Can I just add one thing?
Yeah.
I know where you're heading. Jeff, I think moving forward at the next meeting, the micro homes, I see on the chart that you're using the ADU calculation for that. I'm not sure why, because normally those would be considered single family homes. So they would need 2. And then the other concern that staff had as we kind of looked at this a little more critically is if the overflow parking areas are kind of acting as overflow parking for the apartment building and possibly the micro homes and possibly the commercial, it's, you got kind of triple use or overlap of these extra parking spaces. So you're right, in phase one, I think there's plenty of parking throughout the site. But at full build out, there's still some questions as to how it's all going to work together. I think the townhomes take care of themselves, the cottages take care of themselves. For the most part, the apartment building will take care of itself, but those are some of our concerns.
Yeah, so the future use of this building is going to determine the parking, right?
Yep.
And we don't know what it's going to be.
Do you want the parking, a lack of parking to drive the actual ultimate use of that building, or do you want the market to?
No, can we go back to the chart?
Like if you got to the end of the development and that's all you have left and there's just not enough parking, so you had to take the lowest.
No, I mean, to your point, if I'm proposing 125 spaces, even if I doubled the amount of spaces that the micro homes needed, that would be another 8. That would bring that up to 114. I still have 9 more spaces.
Okay.
So,
Okay,
I mean, I like I said, I applied the code. Other than if you want to apply the code to the micro homes to have 2 spaces, I think all the other codes were applied per the code, and I still see a excess of 9 parking spaces.
Okay.
So even if you applied 2 spaces to the micro, then it'd be an extra 1.
okay, Jeff, I think everybody here is beginning to look like they're about ready to go to sleep. I appreciate everything you're doing. I know you want to try to wrap this up tonight.
No, I don't want to wrap it up tonight. I do want to know what specific things I don't want to come back next time and not
I
have
think
things.
Scott's got one thing that he wants to, a little more on in regards to the parking on those homes. And I'd like to clarify those 125 spaces, because there's no way I saw that many on here earlier today.
I'll submit these slides. I mean, Madison has this, so I would.
Oh, it should be in here, and I've got this.
No, the slides that you saw tonight,
Yeah.
those
The
just
chart,
should
I
go
know I don't have.
in the presentation.
That would be
So
great. So she can,
Madison, if you would send them the whole PDF that I sent you tonight, and have all of that.
That's all too.
we know what I'd like to see on landscaping, basically. You've covered, I think, everybody happy with the things the buildings are going to be built out of and things like that, the looks of them? Or do you want more information on what products going to be used?
I don't need an.
I don't have it.
No, everything that I voiced earlier is what I'm looking for.
Okay, so then would somebody, are you okay with that? Is there anything else you think you have a question on?
No, I'm frankly not.
So then-
I don't know exactly what Michael wants.
I don't either know what
What's that?
Michael.
I'm not clear on what you
What we were
specifically.
talking about with Richard?
What I heard from Richard and Jeff repeatedly was that their list of suggested conditions and outstanding issues they're comfortable with those being handled at final plan.
I heard that from Jeff, but Richard said there was still stuff that you were working through.
That had to do with the HOA,
Right, which is memorialized in
is
the
that something that we
conditions.
can deal with?
It's memorialized.
Right, so,
No, I mean, Michael, I want to give you everything you want, but I can't, there are certain things I can't give you and that have to do with things that'll be little teeny details on the final plat or little measurements for an easement or things that just can't get figured out right now. And I know you want to have 100% and I want to give you.
Well, I know you can't give me 100%.
No, but I want to be able to give you everything that you want that's in my power to give you. And if I don't know what I'm not giving you, then I don't know how to get it. Like if there's something specific that's missing, then I want to know what it is so that I can give it to you.
I didn't get into all the details. I thought that Richard had an idea of things that he's working on, because I didn't hear Richard say that they were going to sort things out and final. I heard Jeff say that, and I heard Richard say that he was working. There was some stuff that they were working through currently, still with you, and still.
yeah, maybe the red lines to the PUD guide. Those are pretty easy to work through. But that's something we can work now to clean those up so it's one less item that needs to be passed on to final plan. So that was, the rest of it, the way the conditions are written, really, you know, whether it's the town engineer or the town attorney, it just says that we're going to work on master declaration and covenants language and the deed restrictions for the housing plan and like stuff that would normally happen with final plan.
Like the PUD guides specified limitations that will guide the future development. That's not complete. The applicant holds 18, well, we know the water taps changed, blah, blah, blah. If development is to occur in phases, financial guarantees shall be proposed. This is not staff comment. This has not been provided at this time. Detailed infrastructure plans, cost details, and timing of improvements and corresponding financial guarantees will be approved at final. If we could, that was one of the stuff like that is some things that are the applicant revised PUD, the design, layout, and government documents based on their own technical reports as well as recommendations of staff and referral agencies. However, several issues were raised by staff and or referral agencies remain outstanding and up for discussion during the Planning Commission's hearing. Formal actions required by the Planning Commission to give the applicant and the planning director feedback on whether the proposal meets the applicable criteria and standards of the Minturn Municipal Code, and make a recommendation to council for approval, conditions, or denial. It goes into percentage stuff. Staff's response. The proposed PUD has significant positive and negative benefits. I don't know what the negative benefits are. Staff has chosen not to enumerate each item here. Nevertheless, these issues are details to be resolved as a function of preliminary plan approval and at minimum prior to any final plan. Majority of outstanding issues and or minor technical and district the town is reviewing the PUD, focusing multiple proposals. It just goes in landscaping and parking. You know, the traffic study talks about prepared something in 2021. Not quite sure that is 100% resolved. Access and utility easements must be shown. Extensive complicated easements for access, parking, utilities, and snow storage are called for on the preliminary plan, preliminary and engineering plans. Just ask Richard to sort out whatever he thinks he could sort out,
Okay.
please. That's what I got.
With that, and with you understanding that this probably will not wrap up tonight,
Oh, yeah, I'm not
I would
expecting that
like
it
to
will.
make a motion. Huh?
Can we open
Public
public
comment.
comment and then we'll keep it open until the next hearing?
Keep public comment open?
Yes.
We can do
So
that.
open it and you can just keep it open until the
I
next.
would like to open public comment for the PUD for
Midtown Village.
Midtown Village, thank you. Is there anybody out there this evening? I have no raised hands. Public comment will remain open till the next meeting. Now can I would like, let me find it. I moved that the Minturn Planning Commission continue the Minturn Village preliminary plan to a date certain in order to obtain a bit more clarity and resolution on some of the outstanding items. Is that good enough?
We need a date certain.
And we need a date certain. Jeff, what do you think? Can you do it by the 27th?
No way.
No way.
Maybe, but
I don't have a list of what you
Then
want,
we have
I
December
have some,
11th.
but I don't want to come back and disrespect any of you by not giving you
No, and I don't,
something.
I don't
No,
wanna
how do
leave.
we get an actual list? Cause I still don't know I
so,
know.
so
Why don't,
here's,
why,
let me take a stab at this.
Go ahead.
So what I've heard tonight, and chime in anytime, we need clarification on parking, so additional information on parking and how it's all gonna work. Is that still on the table?
Yes.
Okay,
Because I-
so your explanation tonight helped. I think we need to continue that, Jeff.
And if Madison gets me that chart, that will help.
I believe we are expecting some type of graphic representation on a landscape plan as to how the rest of the development's gonna play out
Yep.
from a landscape standpoint. Maybe like you said, Lynn, maybe not specifics in every corner of the thing, but a general representation and some numbers. Where are we with this? Is it a variance? Is it not a variance? Right? Is it feasible to do what you are representing that you're gonna do?
I
There,
have one more thing that I forgot.
okay, snow storage?
An idea of what the town services will be required from this project. Well, like we're talking about the sidewalk, et cetera.
Maybe that gets, what?
There's no town services. There's nothing on the property that the town has to maintain.
On the property, okay.
Is that what you're talking about? Or
Well,
like we have a fiscal impact analysis from Stan Bernstein and Associates that says these are the impacts to the town on, services, and these are the revenues that we should expect to offset that. And is that what you're talking about? Or
That's
we
only
have-
phase one, right?
we have civil engineering drawings and we're gonna get the level of,
You have the
Yes,
fiscal
I do.
impact that shows phase one as well as the full build out.
I read through it once, but I'll read through it again if that's where I can find this. Thank you.
okay, so we have some additional information regarding the parking and how it's all gonna work, landscaping and how that's gonna play out in the future. Are we clear on the open space variation and the plan and what counts, what doesn't count, all that stuff? Okay.
So that's not on there?
I don't think so.
Is snow storage on there?
We haven't talked about snow storage yet.
Okay,
The
so
snow storage.
Madison just suggested that it probably still, that variation request needs to be clarified in the PUD guide or the PUD narrative.
Right, because it's our variations.
But if,
Yeah.
if something, I mean, if it's required at 25%, then it would need a variance. If it's a recommendation, I don't think it needs a variance.
The problem is our code says recommendation in one place and requires or shall in another. In the standards, I believe it says shall or vice versa. It's bizarre. So we can work through that.
But again, to Michael's point, if that's something that would get written into the PUD guide, it can't get written into the PUD guide till we decide how it's gonna go.
It shouldn't be in the PUD guide, it should be in the narrative. There should be a table of variances in the narrative that says, we've figured it out and these are the variations that we're asking for. So that's something that we can work with you to clarify.
Okay.
Right. Go ahead.
So as part of that, and this is just the point, is that with the variation, we make reference that the staff feels like the housing is adequate, and it again is conflicting with then the conditions.
Say that again?
We'll just continue this discussion.
Okay,
I'm so tired.
I'm sorry.
And I think the
so
same
tired.
thing with snow. I'd like to continue that discussion a little further after we've thought about it and we have some more information at least to think about.
So snow storage and kind of revisiting that is what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay. As far as the town engineer and town attorney's comments and which are outstanding and which need to be resolved now, I think we need to, that's on staff. And perhaps working with you, Jeff, just to come back to that conversation. And I think Jeff Spinell is comfortable recommending approval with conditions, and those conditions are that any engineering details get worked out at final. Richard does have comments on there that we need to keep working through cleaning up the PUD guide. So we can work with Richard to clarify exactly how and when we're gonna do that.
Yeah,
Is it-
Mike had, like, there was a list of stuff, any of that stuff that we could knock off the list.
Yep.
The better we are.
Yep.
So as best as we can do, and next time we're here, Richard says, hey, applicant, we all work together and we
better than it
resolved,
was,
we resolved a bunch of this stuff and we can, if there's this is the thing, okay? If there's a disagreement between you and staff or Richard, that any funky stuff, fine, or just stuff that makes it a little more clear and
There's no disagreement.
like there was like 8 or 9 conditions in an attorney
Well,
letter.
perhaps next time we can reiterate the conditions out loud so that we can understand them. That would help clarify it.
Yeah, no, if I hear Michael correctly, I think that we can agree to that if there's things that we can clean up now and it becomes one less condition, awesome, right?
Yes.
Okay.
No, but I also don't want to give Michael the expectation or any of the other commissioners the expectation that because there are conditions that Richard's working on or that is on Jeff Spinell's list, that it somehow reflects on the applicant or me, that I'm not doing what I'm supposed to do because I haven't provided something that I could be providing. That's a whole different thing than these 5 items can't be worked out until these things happen.
Right, there are definitely, again, in their comments and in the conditions, an expectation and the way they've framed it is these are things that we don't expect to resolve until we're working through final plan and final plat application.
And that's
We're-
and it's an industry standard almost of,
Yeah.
you go to most townships anywhere and they're gonna say, these things are gonna happen only when it comes to the very end, because that's when you don't get your surveyor to keep reiterating 10 versions of the plat until he knows exactly what these conditions are gonna be and where the easements exactly are gonna go, and that's kind of a moving target because of some of the things that we're discussing.
Do we have, I understand, whatever we can work on, whatever, it seems that, you know, there's some stuff that, you know, Richard thinks you guys can work on. I believe that there's just some other stuff that you can sort out. You know, in general, I don't know specifically in regards to your CDOT agreement, you know, like, because I don't know about that, okay? I'm not knowledgeable about that, whether that's resolved, what the process is, when that gets resolved. I don't know, you know, or
Yeah, we can talk about that.
I don't know that stuff. You know, that stuff is somewhat important if we're approving all this. You know, if CDOT has an issue, it'd be good to know.
No, in fact, I mean, not to get off
Okay,
topic, but
no, the motion is out there. We need to make a list.
Well,
He's got a list.
Do we want to start on CDOT right now?
no,
No.
but I was just gonna say, you never got a second, so we launched into discussion on a motion without a second, so
That's what I was thinking.
do a motion, get a second, then you can discuss as a group, and then you can either call the vote or
Yeah, I
get-
caught
get a
that
different
too.
one. Okay.
You just took off.
Yes,
So I'm going to
sorry.
say this one more time. I move the Minturn Planning Commission continue the Midtown Village preliminary plan to a date certain, which we still have to decide upon, to clarify or create resolution to some of the things that were discussed this evening, of which Scott has now made a list to use. Jeff understands, hopefully, and that list, you could probably get a copy from Scott. And if that is enough, is that okay?
yes.
May I have a second?
I second.
May I have is there any further discussion?
The only discussion I have is we need a date, unless I
We need a
missed it.
date certain.
So I
We don't think the
tongue in cheek said
27th will work.
no way on the
Next one will be
27th.
December 11th.
December 11th is the next possible date. And that would mean we would need any new information to us no later than the 2nd of December. And that gives us 3 days to put together a staff report.
And that's the last meeting of the month.
Yep. So I'm willing to try to achieve that, if you are, and if it works, great.
it's a
If
goal.
not, at that meeting, we would have to do another continuance. Okay, let's do that.
Can I have one thing? Yes.
Now, wait a minute.
It's
We're
still-
not
I'm
done.
sorry.
We need a roll call
sorry.
vote,
I'm
please.
sorry.
Amanda, I.
Lynn,
That's all right.
aye.
Caroline,
Michael,
I,
Eric, I.
thank you.
the only thing I wanted to get more information on was the CDOT thing. I don't know. I think I saw letters from CDOT in here on his Access 24 plan, and I saw that they said thumbs up on the one thing, but it looked like there was a secondary.
We have an access So just,
Can you explain that?
well, I
It's
think
okay.
we're done.
If I don't know what I'm talking about, you can just tell me later. I'm good with that.
Okay, with that, we have a
Thank you.
motion to adjourn.
I make a
No,
motion.
we have three other motions.
still need motions to continue the other.
Oh,
Say-
see, it threw me.
say-
Okay, thank you, Madison.
Public comment to be open for all.
For all of them?
Yes.
Okay. So we now go to plat, which is on page 45. preliminary plat. I move the Minturn Planning Commission continue the Midtown Village PUD preliminary plat to a date certain, December 11th. And what else do you need? Is that enough?
Do one at a time. Open public comment and.
At this point?
You did,
Yes, we did.
I second.
To a date certain. Who made the motion? You did. I did.
I seconded.
Lynn did.
He
Eric
said-
second. May I have a roll call vote, please?
Amanda, I.
Lynn, aye.
Daryl, aye.
Michael, I.
Eric, I.
Okay. Now we go to zone district amendment and we open public comment. And we keep it open. I move the Minturn Planning Commission continue the zone district amendment from Southtown Commercial Zone District to the PUD Overlay Zone District to a date certain, which would be December 11th. May I have a second?
I second. Daryl seconds.
Daryl second. May I have a roll call vote?
Amanda, I.
Lynn, aye.
Daryl, aye.
Michael, I.
Eric, I.
Thank you, Jeff.
Just to clarify, the materials for that meeting need to be into you guys by December what? Second?
Second,
Oh, any-
at the latest.
Anything earlier would be.
Much appreciated. I will.
And with that, Daryl asked me, that's what threw me. You have something, Scott?
Nope, just, there's the manager's report and then future meetings.
This
Okay.
session just direction item.
Well, and Daryl had said, can he make the meeting to adjourn? That's what threw me. So we're gonna let Daryl make the motion tonight.
No, we still have these other.
We have to do the
Well, we don't
future
have,
meeting.
I thought we just talked about those.
Staff reports, planning commission comments.
Can I come sit back down?
Come on back.
Okay,
Been standing a long
you
time.
can tell it's time to go home. Staff reports, managers report, anything? No.
Nope.
No. Planning commission comments?
None.
We've already discussed the meetings. The next one is November 27th, as far as I know of.
Yep, we will have cleaned up Article 5 of the new code for your review at that meeting.
December 4th is a joint work session with town council, which will start at 4:30. Correct?
Correct.
Okay.
It's December
Will
4th.
you please
December 4th.
send a reminder? Yes. Thank you, I'm sorry.
December 11th, we will now do with the continuance of this meeting. And the December 25th meeting is canceled. Those next three meetings, please make note that Daryl will not be here.
Okay.
Okay?
Can I say something? I can't, December 4th, my school doesn't get out till 5. Can I come late or do I?
Absolutely.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, you
I'll
can
go
say-
for it.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I'm wrong.
Yep. Thank you. Whatever you can do, you can get here and you do. It'll help.
I'd like to make a motion that we adjourn for the evening.
Second. I second.
Motion by Daryl, second by Jeff. All in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Thank you guys.
I think I go to cola tonight.
You're what?
I might go to cola.